It's the CalebDMTG show.
I mean, I've heard of like one or two of these cards being interesting for Pauper, and one or two being interesting in Legacy or Modern. I don't think it depends on the format for Constructed. I think we're gonna have less than 10 cards. But, I don't know, maybe I'm misevaluating Pauper. The set's very drippy with flavor and design. I'm also very excited to draft it. I think it'll be a blast. If you count EDH as Constructed, then I guess I guess they're all playable. But that's what I was thinking. Anyway, I'm gonna take one more swig of water and we can dive in here. Mostly trying to nail down how early I would pick a card in this limited format. So my confidence level is gonna start very low when we're just like diving in, but I've seen a few of the cards here. Right, Jackal Demon, yeah. That's why it's not. That'd be a very different review. I simply don't play that much EDH to like do a good review for it. I don't like, I'm kind of at a loss as to like how you would even. You're not so sure how good the ring mechanic is? Yeah, we can talk about the ring mechanic in a sec here. Banish from Edoros, 4 and a white sorcery, costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, exile target creature. Yeah, this is in an older set, this wouldn't make any sense, but this is something that I would call filler removal. This is something that you don't really pick highly or value too high for your deck unless you're playing a sealed deck and you like desperately need removal. You need something. You need something to get a creature out of the way or answer your opponent's top end or what have you. And then you'll play this one. Even in kind of slower formats, right? Like in Dominaria, we had a 5-mana instant that could exile a creature or an enchantment, right? I think that's what it did. And I remember being happy to play a copy or two of that card, but it was, you know, something that you would get very late, something that you would put in your decks that otherwise didn't have good, efficient removal. And that's even in like a slower format. So I'm expecting this format to be slower, so you will play this card sometimes, but you never really want to, right? Even in slower formats. A little iffy. The Battle of Bywater, 1 white sorcery. Destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater, then create a food token for each creature you control. This has got a sweet hum. Seems like a nice build around for limited. We're playing a bunch of little dudes, blow up your opponent's big thing, make some food. It's interesting, man. I wonder how good food tokens are in this set, Well, if you have a way of converting the food tokens into something, to maybe use this as an engine card. It's hard. It's hard when it's that rare. Like you're not gonna see it that often. Mostly, this appears to be something you're gonna use as like a situational sweeper, and that's okay. What about is a constructed engine? Create a food token for each creature you control. That could be like a lot of food, right? It could be a lot of artifacts. I think the issue is that a lot of the decks that could do something with like a shitload of artifacts for 1 white aren't gonna be playing that many creatures, right? Like your KCI deck doesn't want a bunch of creatures in it.
Oh shit, what up?
Kind of an interesting thought, though. Hey, Spice Weasel. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 30 months. Yeah, right. Psy plus Urza plus Battle of Bywater. I don't think it's happening. I want it to happen, but I don't think it's happening. The new Squadron Hawk deck in Modern. I don't think there is a quote-unquote new Squadron Hawk deck in Modern. I think anyone trying to play Squadron Hawks in Modern is playing something kind of old and busted. Busted, not being like good busted, but like a car that's a couple 100,000 miles past when it should go. Anyway. True. Doesn't kill Thought Monitor. Doesn't kill Ursa's Sigh either, though you're probably losing your Karnstruck token. Anyway, we can move on. Kind of a fun card, potentially powerful, probably not doing anything. Hey, seriously, why not? Thanks for the 51 months there. Build the Pony, and we'll now be spending the entire rest of the review on Build the Pony, the most important card of this set. God, he looks so happy. Look at that fucking smile. And the hobbits took time to braid the hair and stuff. Oh my god. Just the best pony ever. 3 and white for a 1/4. Legendary creature horse. Horse? Horse? Ponies are not horses. When Build the Pony enters the battlefield, create 2 food tokens. Does he create food tokens when he leaves the battlefield too? And be flavorful. Sacrifice a food until end of turn. Target creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So it's a 4-mana 1/4 that can just like fuck people up by being a 4/4 in combat. That's kind of good. Bill. Yeah, I think this card's good for an uncommon. I think you can take this one kind of highly, right? Like your opponent has to treat it like it's a 4-mana 4/4 in combat. Or risk just like losing their 3/3s, right? And then you get some, comes into play value. It's not as good as a 4-mana 4/4, but it's like not much worse. Because maybe you want to use the food tokens for something else, or maybe you have like more food tokens or what have you. Anyway, I'm probably not like pack 1 pick 1ing Bill, but I think you could in like a really weak pack. And I think like picking him 4th through 5th is probably about right. Probably accurate, huh? If food is good, it makes 2, right? And it like uses your other food. Good at blocking ring bearers. Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, hard to attack into with your ring bearer. Really good point. Maybe that moves it up a little. Boromir, Warden of the Tower. 2 and white for a 3/3 legendary creature, human soldier, vigilance. When an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter it. Sacrifice Boromir, Warden of the Tower. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. The ring tempts you. Oh shit, I missed that part of the sack. My eyes just glazed over after indestructible the first time I read this. Yeah, I think Boromir is interesting in Modern, Legacy, and Vintage. Formats where, constructed formats that he's legal in, where people play a lot of free things. He's probably not the best in those formats, but like in Vintage, he's not going to replace the blue-white 2/2, right? That does that. It comes down much quicker. But I've seen decks play 4 of that card. Maybe you want a 5th? And there are some other abilities on top of it, right? The sacrifice ability is not irrelevant. 3 mana for a 3/3 is not irrelevant. Like maybe you play this in your initiative deck in Vintage. Or Legacy, stomp it up. Good against pitch elementals, yeah. And Force of Will and Moxen and, you know, all kinds of things. In Modern, not just pitch elementals, but also like the 0 cascaders, right? And your opponent trying to make some rhinos or trying to living end you or whatever. The issue against those decks is that Boromir does cost 3 mana, right? So when you're on the draw, it might just be a smidge slow. But I think it's like clearly a good card, right? Do we know what the Ring Bearer does? We do. If you don't mind being patient, we can go into that deeper when like a few more people have shown up, and then I won't have to answer that question more. So I was hoping to put that off a little bit, if that's all right. I expect it to be a very common question. Yeah, I'll pull that up. We can go over it. Very handy link. Thanks, CalebDMTG. Half ring, half bear, half Perfect. Dawn of a New Age, 1 white enchantment. Mythic, Dawn of a New Age, enter the battlefield with a hope counter on it for each creature you control. Beginning of your end step, remove a hope counter from Dawn. If you do, draw a card. Then it has no hope counters on it, sack it, and you gain 4 life. This is kind of a hard card for me to evaluate, Tom. It seems designed for EDH as opposed to designed for a competitive constructed format. I imagine, like, on average, you're going to draw a couple cards and gain 4 life, which is not bad. It's not a bad thing to do. And I think the format's limited format is slow enough that this card's kind of good. Like, it'll come down, you'll draw a few cards, gain 4 life. That's, like, a good thing to be doing in limited, The ceiling is you're drawing, like, 3 or 4 cards. I guess that's not, like, the ceiling, but in a good game, in a good spot for Dawn of a New Age, I could see getting that kind of value, And if the format's really slow, then you wait, you hold it, right? You don't even fire it off when it's convenient to just draw a couple cards. You hold it to, like, reliably get 3 or 4 cards, and then this card becomes, like, kind of bombish. Like a Tidings with Suspend. That said, it's a Mythic, so you're not going to see it. It doesn't matter. Could you sideboard it in the Convoke deck instead of Wedding? Maybe. The cool thing about Wedding is your opponent plays a sweeper, and then you play Wedding, and the Wedding still does something, right? This card has to come down when you still have all your shit in play. So it might not be as good against stuff like Blue-White Control. Decks that are, like, actively removing your creatures, right? I wouldn't play it, to answer your question. Pair it with Proliferate. Yeah, it seems a little janky to me, but it's a cool idea. Heck yeah, Hadouken. 2 mana feels insanely cheap for an effect like this. Does it? For, like, what format? The cool thing, I mean, so you're gaining life instead of losing life, like for Phyrexian Arena, but you can always just slam Phyrexian Arena or Sylvan Library on an empty board. You can play them, like, really, really early to get that kind of value. Whereas Dawn of a New Age, like, you have to have those bodies in play already. So what deck is both gonna want? Gonna have those bodies in play and have this, like, not be a little win more. You know what I mean? I think this card's always gonna be great in limited, and I think it's almost never gonna be reasonable in constructed. I think it's kind of straightforward. Drawing on end step is better than upkeep, yeah. In case you draw an instant or whatever. Anyway, Dundane Blade, 1 white artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, equipped human 1, or equipped 3. Yeah, this card is just like a fixed trusty machete for humans, I guess. I can't imagine you're taking this too aggressively or too highly, unless equipment's a big thing in this format, which I don't think it is. Seems fine. Fine filler equipment. The set is not standard playable, so we're only looking at things for Modern, Legacy, Vintage, and Pauper. What if I put that in this? What am I getting those blinks for? Why? Alchemy? I'm not gonna really review anything for Alchemy. I don't know much about it. Maybe Historic. I've played a bit more Historic. Any amount. Is it unusual for a new set to not be standard playable? I mean, we've had the Modern Masters, right? Hierophant. A couple of those. We've had a few similar sets. So this is like a Modern Masters-esque set in terms of legality, but the power level is intended to be much lower than a Modern Masters set. Cool, cool. Are you wrong about it being historic playable? Dawn of a New Age? I assume so. Or are you talking about Dune Blade? You're not wrong about it being historic playable, no. Should I put that in the thing? Historic's a bit iffier to judge. I play it sometimes and I enjoy it, but I'm like way less confident on my historic rankings. I'm gonna just leave it off for now. Eagles of the North. Don Nort. 5 and a white for a 3/3 bird soldier flying. Enters the battlefield. Creatures you control get ++0. Gain first strike until end of turn. Plane cycling 1. I think you can take this card. You're just like happy to take it at like most spots, huh? I think the format's slow enough where like a 6 mana flyer is not some crazy thing. The ability that comes into play, the ability isn't nothing, but it's not like broken either. It's just like kind of nice. And then you have plane cycling 1. So really early on you can hit your lane drops, of course. Then later on you have a bird. Seems fine. Obviously not an early pick, right? You're not taking this over removal or value or something that's gonna come down and wreck your opponent's shit early. But it also doesn't seem like a card that you like mind having in your deck, right? I'd put it like around 8th to 10th, 8th to 10th, or 8th to 11th, 8th to 12th, maybe. Maybe even later. But still something you're not upset to play. Actually, is lane cycling 1 gonna show up in Living End? I don't think this one's going to be in Living End colors, but I think the lane cycling for Living End colors, lane cycling 1 might be interesting. Could help Living End either play Blood Moon themselves or play around Blood Moon. You think the red one makes it? Yeah, we can come back to that. I'll just put this here as a note. Cool. East Farthing Farmer. 2 and a wait for a 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, create a food token. When you do, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each food you control. Ooh, converting food to damage. This card's kind of sick, right? I think you can take this card like kind of highly, kind of aggressively. Passive life gain is good, and then it's like also converting your food into actual damage. That's a common. I think it's gonna be like really easy to underrate this thing, but it's one of those cards that's just like never gonna be bad and will on occasions be nutty. I'm probably overrating it. It is just a common, but I think I'm like happy grabbing this thing as early as 4th pick. My opinion of that might change as I get further in the set. for a better idea of the speed of it. But like early game, you don't mind playing this thing, and then in the late game, it could help you break through, pump some fucking flyer. Right, even with no other food, it seems totally fine. And then like, you got stuff like Build a Pony, pooping out foods. Could get converted into a lot of damage. Aggro food. A Smart Cavalier. 1 and a white for a 2/2 vigilant. Deals damage to a goblin or orc. Destroy that creature. So one of the abilities in the format makes orc armies. I'm never like too excited about 2-mana 2/2s. Human's a relevant creature type in this format. It's weird, and it's more a testament to video game art getting better and better as the year goes by. But the horse almost looks like it could be like out of like a computer RPG or something, huh? Right, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, the amass spitting out orc armies could be reasonable. Goblin's also a creature type in the format, obviously. Yeah, I'm probably still not going to pick this card very highly, like unless I like really need 2 drops. It's probably going to be a 10th pick plus type card.
Oh shit.
Hey, draw things in 65 months. Oh yeah, I've got the water. I'll be taking breaks to get more water in between each color. Eowyn, Lady of Rohan. 2 and a white for a 2/4. Legendary critter, human noble. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature gains your choice of first strike or vigilance until in turn. It's equipped, it gains both. Equipped abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. Yeah, I mean, it's like a fine body, right? 3 mana for a 2/4. It's okay. Strictly limited card. Strictly okay. Sometimes you will use these abilities and they won't seem terrible. A ringing endorsement for Eowyn here. I think she's gonna be kind of a later pick. Like 7th plus or something. Maybe later. Murder people with a trusty machete. Yeah, but it's already only 1 to equip. How much mana are you actually saving? How much does this matter? How fast is this format? I think it's gonna be kind of a slower format. You could have a turn 3 4/5 though, with those 2 combinations of cards, the machete and Eowyn. The addition of first strike and vigilance, 4/5 first strike vigilance. Yeah, I mean maybe I'm underrating her. Certainly possible. Vigilance is not exactly a damagey ability, You're just giving first strike to a creature that's like already kind of difficult to block because it's equipped. Doesn't excite me. Aaron Rinder of Gondor, 2 and white for a 3/2. Human soldier. When Aaron Rider enters the battlefield, draw a card. Then if you don't control a legendary creature, put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. Oh, this card rules. There's so many legends in this fucking set. Worst case scenario, you've got like a reasonable filler card, which is a 3 mana 3/2 that loots. Yeah, if you're doing the legend thing, and who wouldn't be, right? And there's all these legendary uncommon creatures. I think you can put like a lot of this card in your deck. It's awkward if your other legends cost 3 mana, but assuming they don't, I could see playing like 3 or 4 of this card. Probably won't work out that way very often. You're probably only gonna end up with a couple of them in for curve concerns. But just an example of kind of like how free it is when a card has draw card stapled to it. That's true. Yeah, the ring tempts you is also generating legends. So once you have that going, like, you're just always gonna have a legend for this thing. I think this is another one that you can pick like pretty early. Ideally not first pick, but like 3rd plus. Escape from Orthanc. 1 white instant, target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying until end turn, untap it. That's like kind of a good trick for 1 mana hum. You can eat your opponent's flyers. It's untapped, so it's a surprise for 1 mana. And +1/+3 are like not bad stats. I don't think, it's very rare that a pump spell is actually an early pick, because you do open yourself up to getting blown out, but I think this one's quite good. It's just doing enough, right? Like, you can use this to jump your attacker because of flying. You can use it defensively in more interesting ways because of the flying. And Mom, there's one in green. Yeah, it doesn't get flying, though. This is like a combination of those like green or blue untappers, but then we also have... This is like better. This is like slightly better than what we've seen, I think. Yeah, reach isn't nearly as good, because again, you can jump your attacker with this thing. Esquire of the King. 1 white for a 1/1. Creature human soldier. 4 and a white, tap. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. This ability costs 2 less to activate if you control a legendary creature. Oh, interesting. Okay. So as we just covered, you're likely to control a legendary creature. Usually you don't want to play 1 mana 1/1s. 3 mana Antheming is like kind of okay. I think you can get away with playing this card if you've got like some really cheap ring tempts you and you just like want to have a ring bearer early on. And then in the late game, it can Anthem your squad. That's the spot I see for it. Obviously, I don't think it's an early pick or anything like that. Faramir, Field Commander. How's the audio levels, by the way? Can you all hear me clearly? Should probably clarify that before we go too deep here. They're good? Nice. That's a good point. Esquire is instant speed, so you can use it defensively as well. Faramir, Field Commander. 3 and a white for a 3/3 legendary creature human soldier. Beginning of your end step, if a creature died on your controller's turn, draw a card. Hey, that's a good ability. When the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Faramir, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy in limited to end up just like naturally drawing a few cards off this. And then ring tempting, generating a 1/1 soldier token certainly makes the ring tempts you cards like a lot better, right? Like just stapling a body onto all of them. I think you can take this card like pretty early, pretty aggressively. Like, I think I'm happy. I'm not like ecstatic first picking this. I don't think it's like an unbeatable bomb or anything, but I think that's some nice value attached. And it gives you like a build path with the ring tempts you stuff. Yeah, it's not like a Windmill Slam first pick, but I think it is a first pick. In that range of cards. Where it's competing with like other first pickables as opposed to... Correct. The draw ability seems pretty open. You're only drawing one card per turn, but you're right, it doesn't say non-token. And it makes tokens, so... Absolutely Drain Smith. Yeah, Faramir not being tempted by the ring.
Oh shit, what up?
Good flavor indeed. Hey, Salty Ninja. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 11 months. Almost a year. Let's fucking go. Yeah. All that. Flowering of the White Tree. White legendary enchantment. Legendary creatures you control get +2/+1 and have ward 1. Non-legendary creatures you control get +1/+1. So this has people thinking about it for modern. And I think you're only going to be doing it in modern. Legacy gives you more options, but I don't know if +2/+1 and ward 1 is cutting it in Legacy. So you got like Thalia stuff. It might be fun to try in Thalia. Or in Legacy. You're not a believer? Do you not think it's interesting in modern either? Is it the best any color +1/+1 anthem? Yeah. I think it's a very good anthem, right? I think the floor of this is that we get like a tier 3 or tier 4 modern deck out of it. It's like semi-competitive. I think the ceiling's a little higher. I think it's certainly interesting for modern. And it might be a little janky, but I might try it in Legacy sometimes. Is there a Legend aggro deck in modern? Sort of. People have messed around with it. I think Holy had some interesting brews, but it's been a while. Anyway, +2/+1 is good, and ward 1 is good. Some good abilities.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Crow's Tongue, thanks to the sob, thanks to 60 months. Fog on the Barrow Downs, 2 and white enchantment aura. Enchanted creatures a spirit and can't attack or block. Sure. It's quality removal, huh? Mostly a glorified pacifism. Note that it does not remove activated abilities.
Oh shit, what up?
So you can take this fairly early, but it's not like nutty good. Should take it around where you would take a pacifism. AV8 Gremlin thinks the sub, thanks for sharing the prime. Forge a new 2 and white enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, return target equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. As long as it's your turn, you may activate equip abilities anytime you can cast an instant. You pay 0 rather than pay the equip cost of the first equip ability you activate during each of your turns. Does being 3 mana put this out of Hammer Time range? It feels like it does, but it does have that recursion aspect. Where you can like rebuy a hammer that's been blown up. Play like 1 in Hammer Time, right? Something like that. If it is even is playable there. Might help the deck grind, Tom. Reanimate Cauldron? Yeah. Do you want to reanimate Cauldron with this? Not doing Hammer Time stuff? Too bad Faithless Looting isn't in Modern anymore, huh?
Oh shit, what up?
Hey Sanguine, thanks for the sub, thanks for 43 months. Is there a Modern Welder? Yeah, I mean there's the Goblin Engineer. So you can use Goblin Engineer to tutor for the 7-drop into your graveyard and then get it back with Forge Anew. I just don't know why you would want to, right? Like Stoneforge Mystic can already just tutor for the 7-drop and put it into play. It seems like your efforts would probably be better spent protecting the Stoneforge Mystic than than try to do some like multi-card combo to make a 5/5. Anyway, I don't think I'm gonna give Forge Anew a ranking. I think there's a good chance it just sees no play. Could end up being wrong. I'm no Hammer Time expert. I'm okay with that. Frodo, Sauron's Bane. White for a 1/2. Legendary creature, halfling citizen. White, black, white, black. If it's a citizen, it becomes a halfling scout with base power and toughness 2/3 and lifelink. Heck yeah, level it up. And then triple black. If it's a scout, it becomes a halfling rogue with whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, the player loses the game if the ring has tempted you 4 or more times this game. Otherwise, the ring tempts you. This card's kind of sweet, huh? Kind of medium. If you're playing this in your limited deck and you only have white, you don't have black, it's fine. It's not like some bomb, right? You're making a 2/3 lifelink. It's not really a first pick if all you're doing is making a 2/3 lifelink. They're good stats. That's really not a card that you would ever cut from your white deck, right? But it's not like some draw, it's not some bomb to pull you into white. Now, if you're in white-black...
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Blitzkrieg, thanks to the sub, thanks to the 66 months. You'd say barely playable only in white? In limited? No, I think it's solid in white. Like, it never cuttable, but you're also not picking it super early. I mean, there's very few limited decks that are not going to want a 2/3 lifelinker that you can have rolling on turn 2. But yeah, if you're white-black, this card can kill somebody. I don't think it's difficult to get to the stage where the ring has tempted you 4 times. And so it's not like some early game win condition. Like, you do have to have the ring tempting you 4 times. But it's kind of sick that Frodo can do that. For 2 mana. In limited, a 2/3 lifelink for 2 mana is good. It is a good card. You are comparing Frodo Sauron's Bane to other 2-drops like Eastmark Cavalier. And it's not exactly a 2-drop, right? Because you have to play it on turn 1, and then it's like you're attacking with haste on turn 2 with your lifelinker. I feel like I shouldn't have to explain that a 2/3 lifelink is good and limited. I feel like that's something that we should all be on the same page about. I'm like, it's like weird that we're still talking about that aspect of the card. This is a good mono white card. It is not a bomb. If you saw this as a common that was like fucking 1 mana, 1/2, level up to be a 2/3 lifelink, you'd be like, oh shit, no, that's good. I'd play that card. But because it's a rare, you're like, unplayable, trash. Seriously, I promise you that a 2/3 lifelink for 3 mana split up over 2 turns, so you get to attack with it on turn 2. I promise you that those are solid stats, solid limited stats. Not a bomb, not a bomb. You're not first picking it for that. But you're not cutting that from your deck ever. You should not be. Child of Night was 1 in a black for a 2/1 lifelink or whatever. Totally fine. Totally reasonable. Really nice to equip and pump and give first strike and all of that kind of stuff. A 2/3 is so much better than a 2/1. Very hard to attack into at its rate. There's not going to be any 2-drops in the format that are like a 2/3, let me attack into that willy-nilly. That's not the format. All right, can we move on? This format's not going to be anything like Mom. You can just like wash Mom from your brain. This is not Ixalan, this is not Mom, this is not Zendikar. This was more likely going to be a slower format. And I don't think I even agree with you that this would be bad in Mom either. It's a fucking 1-drop. Do you ever cut your 1-drops in Mom? 1-drop that levels up and stuff. Anyway, that's okay. We can disagree about Mom Limited specifically for this card designed for a very different format. Right, Savory Cookie. Even like those lifelink unicorns, huh? Those 2 mana 2/2 lifelink unicorns. Which I think even though you're splitting this up and maybe getting another mana into it, I think this is like slightly better than that. Even those lifelink unicorns tend to be like really solid role fillers. Carry equipment really well, carry auras really well, and sometimes just like overperform. Build your own Baneslayer type stuff. And they're never really bad. Like sometimes you get in a few hits and you're doing 4 damage swings. Hey, Zuggernaut, thanks for the sub, thanks for 55 months. If there's a flowering deck in Modern, I don't know what flowering means. I'm gonna talk about Gandalf the White now. Probably, almost certainly not. Oh, you're talking about the tree? I think there's enough legends that you don't have to dip into Frodo. You could maybe play 1 if you're like running out of other legends. I don't think it'll be necessary. I think you got other options. Gandalf the White, 3 white for a 4/5. Yeah, we weren't talking about that Twitch chat. We were talking about Frodo in like a mono white build. We weren't even talking about the ring tempts you stuff. Obviously, Frodo gets a lot better if you can have that triple black in there too. Gandalf the White, 3 white for a 4/5, legendary creature, avatar, wizard, flash. Oh, that's sexy. A little flash action, a little get your creature mid-combat action. You can cast legendary spells and artifact spells as though they had flash. Hell yeah. So we're getting a fucking 5 mana Teferi, but in mono white. If a legendary permanent or an artifact entering or leaving the battlefield causes a triggered ability, permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So we've got KCI Gandalf, is that what this is?
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Aura Ray, thanks to the sub, thanks to the 8 months there. Yeah, coming and going. Panharmonicon Gandalf, yeah. I mean, these are some sweet abilities. And this is some sweet art. But I don't think this is gonna be a constructed card. Not for the sets this is legal in. And obviously you got limited bomb stats, right? Hobbit Sting, 1 and a white instant. Deals X damage to target creature. Rexes the number of creatures you control plus the number of foods you control. I think this card's actually good. I think white has enough food production. This is just like a strong removal spell. Obviously you're building towards it, but like once you're doing that, it's pretty strong. Like when green gets an instant speed, deal damage equal to one of your creature's power to the opposing creature. Like that card's always good. I think this card's gonna be like kind of always good in this format. If it didn't count food, it'd be a lot worse. But I think white's just always gonna be spitting out some number of food that are gonna be chilling around passively. Like Kabira Takedown, yeah, I think it's better than that card. Due to the format that it's in. Landreval, Horizon Witness, 4 and white for a 3/4 flyer, legendary creature Bird Noble. Whenever 2 or more creatures you control attack a player, target attacking creature without flying gains flying until end of turn. Cool, and Landreval can be one of those creatures attacking. So if you attack with Landreval and a ground pounder, you can just like jump it, But the way the ability is worded, Landreval can jump something the turn that he comes down. So you play him, then attack with 2 creatures. One of them gets jumped immediately, instead of needing to wait to untap with the Landreval before you start jumping stuff. I think this card's good. I think you can take him pretty early, like 3rd pick, 3rd plus, maybe even earlier. In a weaker pack. Might be real strong. I think it's gonna be a slower format. I think it's gonna be like largely value based. And I think cards like this that help you like push through are gonna be coveted. I think it's strong. It's interesting, so like Landreval is like really good at punching through and helping your other duders punch in. And Faramir is really good at like grinding value and being like an engine card. It's gonna be interesting to see which of these ends up being like a more winning card overall, because I think they're about equally good. They just like do different things. So like whichever is better to be doing in the format, I think is gonna have a higher win rate. Lost to Legend. White, instant, put target non-land historic permanent into its owner's library, 4th from the top. Yeah, the Rain Tempsy does make things legendary. And then this also hits artifacts and sagas, and there's like a lot of just like uncommon legends floating around that this is a perfect answer to. Yeah, I think this card's solid. Right, yeah, there's just a bunch of legends floating around. And then even if your opponent doesn't have a legend that you want to hit, usually legends are better cards that you do want to hit. But even if they don't have one, the fact that it still hits artifacts and sagas means you'll probably get a good use out of this card. I mean, I'm planning on drafting this card on Arena a lot, but I guess that's intuitive, Nimble Hobbit, 1 and white for a 1/3, creature halfling peasant. Whenever Nimble Hobbit attacks, you may sack a food or pay 2 and a white. When you do, tap target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, I mean, this card isn't terrible. Your base stats are 2 mana for a 1/3. It can punch through, but it's like really not efficient at doing that, right? Sacrificing a whole food or having to pay 3 mana. It really does seem costed to not run away with the game. Like, you can get use out of it, you can punch through with it, but it's like clunky to do so. And I think that's going to be the nature of the set. Going to be a little slower. If you make Nimble Hobbit the Ring Bearer, they might only have a few options for blocking it though, huh? The tap could be good. Anyway, I don't think you're taking Nimble Hobbit very highly. Seems like an 8th+ to me. Now for Wrath, now for Ruin. 3 and a white for a sorcery. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. They gain Vigilance until end of turn. The ring tempts you. This card's fine, right? So I get a Johnny Vengeance down tick. Plus the ring tempts you. It being a sorcery is a big deal, huh? What does the ring tempts you? We'll get into that very soon. As soon as I'm done with the white section, we'll talk about that in detail. I wanted to wait until people had shown up. Basically, the ring tempts you is like a static set of abilities that act as like an equipment for whatever creature you choose as the ring bearer. But we can go into it in detail in a bit, huh? Protector of Gondor, 3 and white for a 3/3. Enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human soldier token. Sure, it's solid, right? For 4 power and toughness for 4 mana. Nice curve filler. Decks that really want the spread pile of bodies. You can get a few of these in the deck. Reprieve. Return target spell to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Do we think this is modern? Interesting. I have a hard time imagining it in Legacy, even as like a sideboard card. What modern deck's gonna play Reprieve? I think the only blue deck that still plays Remand is Scapeshift, right? So you would need some kind of white combo deck. I mean, it pitches to Solitude, right? Blue has other options, yeah. Let's bring up the modern meta currently. See if it does anything interesting there. Maybe out of the sideboard of Hammer Time. Especially against the Cascade decks. It's like kind of okay. Yeah, everything with blue in it, you can just like already write off. So you're looking at like a very narrow range of potential decks for this card. It's like, does Hammer Time want this in the sideboard? Or Heliod Life, I guess. Really narrow. Yeah, looking through, there's not a ton of... Taxes? Is Taxes the deck? This deck doesn't have space for that. You think going through Cavern's notable? I kind of don't think it is. There's so few Cavern decks right now in Modern. I think Reprieve might be a dud. Is it better than Mana Tithe? I mean, it's much better than Mana Tithe versus like a Living End, right? I think it's better than Mana Tithe, yeah. Does Mana Tithe see Modern play? Okay for the arena formats? Yeah, like Historic. Definitely an interesting card for Historic. There's no good counterspells in Historic. Should I put it down for that? Reprieve. I agree with you there. You think it's playable? I mean, you have to name at least one deck it's playable in for it to actually be playable. You can't say like it's playable. Sure, the deck that wants to play it doesn't exist because there's no hope for it. And that's not what playable means. There's gotta be at least one deck that would want to cast the card. It's the decks that are wrong, yeah. It is a white remand, correct? Yeah, I'm confident that it's interesting for Historic. And I'm like really not confident that it'll see any Modern play at all after the first week or so. Maybe it enables new decks. Do you think Remand is strong enough to enable new decks? Like if this card was strong enough to enable new decks, people would have splashed for Remand by now. It is not hard to splash for for a color in Modern. When a deck like Hammer Time does splash counters, it's not splashing Remand, right? Get around Mystical Dispute. A beast in cube for sure. We agree. Anyway, let's move on. Rosie Cotton of South Lane, 2 and a white for a legendary creature halfling peasant, 1/1. When Rosie enters the battlefield, get a food token. Whenever you create a food token, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control other than Rosie. Interesting. Yeah, I think this card's good, right? Well, you can first pick this card. There's so much food generation. She's gonna spit out so many 1/1 counters. Card's great. I'm calling it. Card's great. Base stats, 3 mana, 1/1. Not impressive, but the card's great. Doesn't matter. It's any token, not just food. Oh, in terms of the 1/1 counters? Nice. Yeah, there's some other token creation, huh? We got this common spitting out 1/1s right next to her. Yeah, I'd slam Rosie for sure. Samwise, the Stout-Hearted, 1 and a white. Legendary creature, halfling peasant, 2/1 flash. You'd slam Rosie as well. Hey now, Sam's right here. No need to be weird. When Samwise the Stout-Hearted enters the battlefield, choose up to 1 target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there from the battlefield this turn. Return to your hand, then the ring tempts you. So it's a very situational recursion, but it's a very cheap legend if you care about legends. And it's up to 1 target, so the ring's always going to tempt you when you play Sam. I think Sam's solid. Sam solid for a 2/1. Like the ring tempting you is just like a good ability. No downside. Kind of ambush vipery. If you ever recur something with him, you're gonna feel like a god, huh? I don't think he's like a super early pick or anything like that, but after like 3rd or 4th pick is when you start to be like happy to see him, I think, if you're already in white. Second Breakfast, 2 and a white, ups instant, up to 2 target creatures, each get +2/+1 until end of turn. Create a food token. Sure. Such a weirdly aggressive card to have create a food token stapled to it. Like, when I think Second Breakfast, I do not think untap 2 target creatures. Or, I'm sorry, it doesn't untap, it just says up to 2 target creatures, each get +2/+1 until end of turn. But maybe I just don't know hobbits that well. That's how they get their mighty strength. Very hobbit ability, getting +2/+1. How does food not make the butt bigger? Yeah, right? Yeah, if this was like +1/+3 or something, it would make a little bit more sense. Shire Sheriff, 1 and a white for a 2/2. Vigilance. Enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a token. When you do, exile target creature opponent controls until Sheriff leaves the battlefield. Yeah. Yeah, kind of an interesting limited card, huh? We haven't really had this ability on a 2-drop before. A lot of token production in the format. You're not going to have the token to sacrifice super early on. Well, you don't really want to play your removal super early anyway. Is Shire Sheriff first pickable? Sort of. Like, it's not just removal, right? It's removal that costs you something. You do have to sacrifice a token. That's not free. There's a lot of other cards that, like, convert tokens into damage and stuff. So Shire Sheriff is certainly better than the other removal spells that we've seen. Like, a little bit better than Hobbit Sting, and, like, noticeably better than Fog on the Barrow Downs. I think Lost a Legend and Shire Sheriff are, I don't know, maybe Sheriff's just better. I'm a little bit more excited about Landreval or Faramir in terms of, like, uncommon first picks than I am about Shire Sheriff. But maybe that's wrong. Worst case is a Vigilance Bear. I mean, your card being a Vigilance Bear is an atrocious case for a first pick. If that's the context we're putting it in, right? Like, that's a really bad worst case for what you're spending your pack 1 pick 1 on. That is a low floor. That said, I think you will always have things to sacrifice. And I think, like, the game is pretty desperate if you're casting this on turn 2. Or with only 2 mana, right? If you have to run this out without something to sack to exile an opposing creature, you're probably going to get a value exile out of this. And you're probably going to sack some food, and it's probably not going to matter that much. Card's probably great. Slip on the Ring, 1 and a white instant. Exile target creature you own, then return to the battlefield under your control. The ring tempts you. Card's fine, right? I mean, we have cards that are like blink a creature, draw a card. Drawing a card is so much better than the ring tempting you. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much you care about the ring tempting you and how much you care about comes into play abilities. It seems like a very low pick, even if you are doing things that care about this. Soldier of the Grey Host, 3 and a white for a 2/2 creature, Spirit Soldier, flash flying. In this battlefield, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This card's fine, right? You got that natural body of a 4-mana 2/2 flyer. And then it can help your shitter 1/1s trade up or what have you. Do the flash. I don't think you're taking it too aggressively. You can only fit too many 4-drops in your deck. I like the card, but How often is it going to be better than Protector of Gondor, just being 4 power for 4 power, 4 toughness for 4 mana? I don't know. Probably depends on the deck a little bit. Stalwarts of Osgiliath. 4 and a white for a 4/3. Enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on it. Yeah, so one of the ring things is a loot. That's kind of relevant. You can help it self-grow. This card's just like fine, right? It's like kind of what a 5-drop should be to be interesting. Has a little bit of value coming into play. And it's not hard to get it to be a 5/4. And that's a little bit harder to get it to be a 6/5. If I'm right and the format is slower, then like maybe these abilities that like sometimes trigger to grow are like a lot better than they look. Still, probably not getting a ton of 5-drops into your deck. I think it's good though. I think it's a good 5-drop. Tale of Tunivale. 3 white. Saga. Target creature you control gains indestructible for as long as you control Tail. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. So those are some good abilities. And then finally, up to 2 target creatures you control each gain lifelink. Huh. Yeah, it's hard to evaluate, huh? So you're making a creature indestructible for 2 turns. You're returning a creature from the graveyard to the battlefield, and then you get a burst of life. This feels like, I don't know, 5 mana is a lot. 5 mana to reanimate something is not that much. But you don't do it immediately, you know, you do it your second turn. It's like a reanimation effect with Suspend. Feels like a sealed card as opposed to a draft card. Yeah, I don't know. I think the format would even have to be like slightly slower than I think it's going to be for this to be an exciting thing to do. Yeah, it'd be a little bit better with read ahead, It's no ECD, and it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be ECD to be limited playable. Right, yeah. Yeah, not every deck wants a 5 mana reanimation effect. Took Reaper, 1 and a white for 2/1. When Took Reaper dies, the ring tempts you. Sure. A little Goblin Piker and a little bit of value attached. Little curve filler. War of the Last Alliance, 3 and a white. For a Saga, search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. That's 1 and 2 of this Saga. And then 3 is creatures you control gain double strike until the end of turn, the ring tempts you. Yeah, so too clunky for constructed play. But I think this limited format's gonna have enough legends that you can actually get value out of the first 2 abilities. If you only have 2 legends in your deck, then it's a little iffy. You're very likely to have drawn one of them, and you're probably not gonna get super good value. But I mean, if the legendary creature you're tutoring for is good enough, if it's bomby enough, then that doesn't matter. And this is still borderline worth playing. And like the double strike, ring tempt you stuff on the end is not nothing. I think it's gonna be very easy to have 3, 4, maybe even 5 legendary creatures in your deck, and just like have this always be value. You're not just drawing 2 cards, right? Like you're tutoring for 2 legends, 2 of the better cards in your deck with this. So I think it's actually probably like gonna be a good limited card, all things considered. Even though it costs 4, even though it doesn't impact the board. Westfold Rider, 1 and white for a 3/1. Sacrifice a destroy target artifact or enchantment. Activate only as a sorcery. Interesting, no activation cost. Is this card interesting for constructed? It's worse than the 3/1 flash that you like can pay a mana to sacrifice, right? It's just worse than that card. The no activation cost is nice. Yeah, I think it's just worse than Cathar Commando. Even without the casting even without the activation cost. We all understand that Cathar Commando costs 1 to activate. But Cathar Commando also has flash, and you can activate the ability at instant speed. Just like list the differences between the two cards. It does look good. It is like quality curve filler, huh? There are obviously artifacts and enchantments in this set. All of the 2-drops seem fine. You cannot pass. White instant, destroy target creature that's blocked or was blocked by a legendary creature this turn. Yeah. So now that I know more about the set, this seems like kind of a quality limited card. Probably worse than Lost to Legend. But I don't think it's actually going to be that unusual. It'll blow something up. You don't have a ton of control over what you're blowing up, right? Because it's like whatever your opponent puts in front of your legendary creature. I guess if you have a legendary creature, then you get to choose what you're blocking. A very swingy removal spell. I'm glad it costs 1 mana. I think if it cost much more, it would like just not be interesting at all. But at 1 mana, I think it's interesting. These are from the books, Diogenes. Alright, I did promise folks that I would talk about the Ring Tempts You. Basically, an easy way to think about the Ring Tempt You. It's not really a dungeon. It's sort of like a static ability that increases each time. Dungeons will, like, every time you go through one, you get like some little trinket, some little thing that impacts the board immediately, some temporary boost, like the opponent losing 5 life or generating a treasure, that sort of thing. The Ring Tempt You does go along a track like a dungeon, but really what it's doing is augmenting the Ring Bearer. And every time the Ring tempts you, you choose a Ring Bearer. Even if you already have 1 Ring Bearer in play, you're still choosing that to still be the Ring Bearer. So cards that trigger when you choose the Ring Bearer will always be able to trigger so long as you have a creature. And you can always choose something new. You don't have to keep the same Ring Bearer. But obviously, yeah, you only get 1 Ring Bearer at a time. And then these are the abilities. Ring Bearer is legendary and can't be blocked by creatures with greater power is the first one. So that first ability, the Skulk Evasion, is like really nice, but I think turning the creature legendary means that this is not going to be a mechanic for Legacy play. A creature being a legend in Legacy is a legitimate downside, because every deck has a Caracas in it, basically. And you're gonna run into that. It'll be very frustrating. You try and play these cards there. It doesn't completely kill legends, but like decks that rely on legends to win, like say the control decks playing Uro and stuff, like those have to have a plan for Caracas. Those decks are also playing like Life from the Loam, so they can rebuy Wasteland to like kill Caracas indefinitely, so they can actually kill someone with their 6/6, right? Yeah, just saying. Maybe some Wasteland tempo deck doesn't care about a creature getting bounced by Caracas once. Just assume you'll be able to answer it after that. You enjoyed Dungeons a lot Unlimited. You hope this is good. This track? Yeah. I mean, I think it seems solid. The second ability doesn't even need to connect, right? When your Ring Bearer attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. The third ability, even if they do get to block your thing, now you're like killing stuff when you attack. And the final ability just helps you end the game a little bit quicker, getting them hits in. They're all good. They're cumulative. This is an emblem. So you get this, and then like the ring tempts you whether you have a creature in play or not. But as soon as you have a creature to become the ring bearer, if you're like tempted when you have a creature in play and it becomes the ring bearer, it'll gain the abilities as it has on the track. If you think about the ring as an equipment that chills in play, and when you're tempted by the ring is when you get to equip it for free, I think is like an intuitive way to think about it. And then every time you're tempted and you get to equip it for free, it also moves along the track and becomes better. Until you hit this one, and then you got all the abilities. Juiced it up. Each player has their own track, Keras. You each have a ring. You're not fighting over control of this. Well, Healy and Sauron didn't make the ring to have negative effects. He made it as a source of power for himself to conquer people with. The struggles that the ring gives people are like moral struggles. I think in the Lord of the Rings, there's like one time there was a negative effect, right? You like slipped off someone's fingers so they could get shot by arrows. The negative effect was the ring fell off. Chose a new ring bearer, huh? That's the negative effect. Maybe whoever controls the ring chooses a new ring bearer. Correct, a Twitch chat. Sounds like you got it. Makes you weak against Nazgul. I don't think it makes you weak to Nazgul. It just makes it easier for them to find you, right? Anyway. Isn't the negative effect getting turned into a wraith? No, I think those were the other rings. Those are the rings specifically for tricking people. That said, these abilities are kind of wraith-like, huh? Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Attacks, you loot. Anyway, I need to get water. I'm gonna do a water break, and then when I come back, we'll dive into the blue cards. I'll leave this up for people that are just showing up here. All right. Everyone good on the ring tempting you? I might explain it one more time later in the stream for people to just show up. Anything eye-opening in the set? Yeah. I'm keeping track of the constructed. Interesting cards. Not a lot of them, but a couple. There's a few. Hey, Commando Zacko, thanks for the 77 months. Arwen's Gift. 3 in blue. Sorcery. The spell costs 1 less to cast if you control 2 or more legendary creatures. That is not a large discount for having 2 or more legendary creatures. 1 less. This will be a 3-mana card, not a 4-mana card. It'll come up though, huh? Scry 2 and then draw 2 cards. Yeah, it costs 1 more than a divination most of the time, but you know, scrying 2 and then drawing 2 is obviously better. I think this card's good. I think the format's gonna be slow enough that you can take this card kind of aggressively too. We'll see if I'm wrong about that. Yes, the ring does make a legendary. And there's a lot of legends in the format, but like, this is a 4-mana card. How often are you gonna have 2 legends? in play if you're like casting this to like hit land drops and shit, right? A lot of the time, this costs 3 mana instead of 4 mana. It will not matter because it will be late game. Is kind of what I'm getting at with that cost reduction. There'll be times in like the early mid game where you hit it and it'll let you double spell, and that'll be neat. But it's kind of a minor thing. It's kind of a minor part of the card. You're not playing this because you've got like a lot of legends in your deck, and you're like, oh, I can make this 4 mana draw 2, a 3 mana draw 2. It's like, that's not what you're playing in. You're playing it because it's just a good card, and it'll likely cost 4 more often than not. Why don't you make the clip? Hello? Why don't you? All right, the best song, 3 to blue. Saga, 1 and 2 are both draw 2 cards and discard a card. Oh, this is good. This is a better. This is a better draw spell than Arwen's Gift. Just immediately. And then the third stage is shuffle any number of target cards from your graveyard into your library and add double blue. Yeah, I think the Bat Song's great. I'd first pick that. I'd first pick that for sure. I guess it's uncommon. Well, Arwen's Gift is common. Is the difference. I think there's a lot of quality uncommons in this set, which is nice to see. I tend to like those limited formats. Right, exactly, Squeege. Like, just a draw 2, discard 1 with rebound is like a fine 4 mana card. And its last ability is not nothing. Alright, Bewitching Leechcraft, 1 in a blue, enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has, if this creature would untap during your untap step, remove a 1/1 counter from it instead. If you do untap it. So it's like a weird removal spell that like taps it, but if they have 1/1 counters, then they can untap it. Great. Seems like filler for the most part, huh? I mean, blue's not supposed to be good at removing things. This isn't like the worst removal spell we've seen out of blue. Can't imagine picking it highly though. Oh, this one like just doesn't hit armies. Sure. Bill Ferning, Bree Swindler, 1 in a blue for a 2/1 legendary creature human rogue. Whenever Bill Fernie, Bree Swindler becomes blocked, choose 1. Create a treasure token. Or target opponent gains control of target horse you control. If they do, remove Bill Fernie from combat and create 3 treasure tokens. I'm gonna lose all my Lord of the Rings nerd cred here, but I do not remember Bill Fernie, Bree Swindler. Is this a character from the books? Or is this, Bill, no. No, Bill, no! Oh, he traded Hobbit's Bill Pony. Thank you. Thank you, Chad. He's the one that ratted them out to the Nazgul. Gotcha. Cool. So, this card's not that good, right? I mean, it's a cheap legend for your Legends Matter card decks. But it needs to be blocked to create a treasure token, and if he gets blocked, he's trading. This is very similar to a 2-mana 2/1 that makes a treasure on death. Is kind of what we got here. I would not compare Bill Fernie to Magda. Yeah, not a high pick, I don't think. Closer to like a filler 2-drop. The other two, it's not like this format started for 2-drops, right? There's some quality ones. Sweetheart, yeah, it's kind of cool. I like the moon in the background. Closer to Ragavan? No, no. It is funny, I will admit. I will indeed admit that. Birthday Escape, 1 blue sorcery, draw a card, the ring tempts you. Yeah, this card's good, right? You think it's interesting in prowess? I mean, prowess isn't... You're saying like blue-red prowess in modern? I don't think that deck's gonna play this card. Or are you talking about historic prowess? I don't think blue-red prowess is really played in modern anymore. I don't think this card's good enough to revitalize it. I think if people are playing prowess in modern, it's like mono red, right? The evasion doesn't work well with prowess. Yeah, I think it's like you attack with your creatures first, and then you play your instant speed cards that pump it. I guess is the idea. But even just casting this card, like pumps them up to 2. I do think it's a little awkward. Yeah, I guess I don't quite see it modern. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I haven't like played much prowess in modern. Just played against it. But I don't think this card's good enough. Crocus will be insane. Crocus is already insane. I think Crocus just like prevents the ring tempting you from being very good in Legacy. Histar. No snow. The ring tempts you makes a kind of a static emblem that's like an equipment. And every time the ring tempts you, you get to re-equip it. You can read about it if you like. We just went over it. I'm not going to go over it in detail. Born Upon a Wind. 1 in a blue instant. You may cast spells this turn as though they had flash. Draw a card. This card is terrible. This is not a constructed playable card. You will at times pull it off in limited. You get to like flash in a blocker and eat something. But those times will probably not super be worth drafting this very aggressively at all. You think for 1 mana it'd be bad? I mean, for 1 mana you got Quicken. That seems a little bit more free. 2 mana is much worse though. Stapling 2 mana onto a card to give it flashes is not great. I do not think that instant speed Ring Bearer seems strong at all. That does not seem like an ability that gets better at instant speed. Captain of Umbar, 2 in a blue for a 2/3 human pirate. 1 mana tap, draw a card, then discard a card. Yeah, just filler. It's filler that keeps you from like flooding out, so it's not bad filler, but I think the 3s in this format are pretty good. I agree, Ashikura. Quicken was sorcery only, but Quicken only costing 1 mana meant the failure of it was that it was a 1 mana draw card, which is what Quicken was most of the time. The failure on this card being 2 mana means the failure on it is way too high. 2 mana to draw a card, 2 mana to cycle is no longer something that you're just like happy to do in limited formats, even slow formats like this one. I understand that you can flash in creatures. I talked about flashing in creatures. I did not say it's literally Quicken, but 2 mana. All right? I was responding to someone saying that it would be bad even at 1 mana. And Quicken was not a bad card at 1 mana. It was a very situational card at 1 mana. That is what I was responding to. Council's Deliberation. 1 in a blue instant. Draw a card. Whenever you scry, if you control an island, you may exile Council's Deliberation from your graveyard. If you do, draw a card. Interesting. So it's a draw card with like a weird flashback. So obviously you're only playing this in decks with scry. How much scry do you need before this becomes good though? I feel like you don't need that much. Like 2 mana draw card and then flashback at some point. I think you play this card if you have like 2 scryers in your deck, and if you've got like 4 or 5, then you're really happy with it, and you're actively like drafting it. You think this could be good in Legacy? Just next to Preordain? What other scries are you playing? I don't think you can play this in Legacy. A weird Think Twice? I think this card's better than Think Twice. The fact that you're not paying mana for the flashback is pretty great. A lot of stuff surveils. Yeah, you don't care about surveil. Just Preordain. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I think you need more. You need more than that. And Preordain is like not a premium cantrip, right? So you're like kind of playing an off cantrip to fit this in. Oh yeah, if DRC triggered this, it'd be kind of insane. DRC would be like bidding this and then triggering it. It'd be fucking nuts. No, not in Legacy. Holy, oh yeah. Preordain says an occasional amount of play, but almost never as a 4 of, because you're playing 4 Ponder, 4 Brainstorm first. So you can fit like a couple Preordain in some decks. Anyway, card's kind of cool. Is there good scry in Modern? I feel like there's not in Modern either. I agree that this card is like something that could like potentially be good enough, because flashing back draw card for free, you know, is a very real thing. Especially when there's cards in both Legacy and Modern that are like bidding things for free too. Castle Vantress. Is the synergy good enough just with Castle Vantress? I mean, Blue-White Control will eventually activate a Castle Vantress. I don't know if Blue-White Control has room for this card though. Good with temples? Yeah, I don't think people want to play temples in Modern. Considers a lot better. Yeah, do people still play Opt-in Blue-Red ever? I don't think there's any room. There's no room for this card. People can still play fucking EI in Modern, right? Yeah, it's one that's like borderline, but I don't think quite gets there and doesn't quite cross the finish line. Sweet limited card though. I think this is gonna be something you can be happy to pick up in limited, get some incidental flashback value. Deceive the Messenger. 1 blue instant. Target creature gets -3/-0 until end of turn. A Mass Orcs 1. So this is kind of like a... This is like a... You could treat it like a 1/1... 1 mana 1/1 with flash. That gives target creature -3/-0 when it comes into play.
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Bad Mini Doc. Thanks to the sub, thanks to the 6 months. Not bad? No, it's not bad. Not a bad card. And then if you're doing other Amass Orcs things, you have that synergy, of course. Kills Ragavan. Is that what you want to do with this? Yeah, you only want so many 1 mana 1/1s in your deck, though. It is like good utility, but close to air. So I just wouldn't put too many of this into my deck, is all I'm thinking. Just make sure you got the gas to balance it out. Dreadful is the Storm. 2 and a blue for an instant. Target creature has base power and toughness 5/5 till end of turn. The ring tempts you. Interesting. Yeah, the ring tempting you, again, not as good as drawing a card. But 3 mana making something's base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. Like, it plays really well with the Orcs, right? Because the Orcs are 0/0s with 1/1 counters, so it would turn this Amass Orcs 1 into a 6/6. The nice little synergy contained within blue. But yeah, 3 mana is a bit much for a pump spell. Overall, not terrible. Not bad. That's right, a 5 in just like base 5/5, even if you're not doing 1/1 counter synergy things, base 5/5 is pretty big for this set. It is going to eat most things in combat. When the ring tempts you, you generate a I'll just let you read. You generate a static thing, an emblem, and then that emblem carries abilities. Sort of like an equipment that grows every time the ring tempts you. And then every time the ring tempts you, you can equip one of your creatures with it. And you can choose the same creature, you can move it around. But I think it's intuitive to think about it as an equipment. Even though it's not that, it's an emblem. Anyway. Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, 2 and a blue, legendary creature, elf noble. 3/2, whenever Elrond or another creacher enters the battlefield in your control, scry 1. This is the second time this ability is resolved this turn. The ring tempts you. Yeah, I think this card's good, huh? You get some nice incidental scry. And then, like, it doesn't seem tricky for this card to trigger the ring, like, a couple of times per game. Doesn't need to happen very many times for us to be reasonable. Someone can make the link into a command, Iwind. I'm not going to. I'm busy trying to talk about the cards. Gandalf, Friend of the Shire. 3 and a blue for a 2/4. Legendary creature, avatar, wizard. Flash. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. Whenever the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Gandalf, Friend of the Shire, as your ring bearer, draw a card. I think it's gonna excite. Anyway, so yeah, 4 mana, 2/4 flash, legend, uncommon. You can cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. Whenever the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Gandalf,
What up?
draw a card. Yeah, I feel like this card rules, huh? A lot of cards tempt with the ring. 4 mana for a 2/4 flash is gonna like have a chance to get some value. Obviously not a constructed card, but this is a limited card that's gonna get its value for sure. It's gonna get its value often enough. 4 mana for a 2/4 with flash that drew a single card would already be good enough. And this has a really good chance to draw more than that, right? Hey, Lord of Depression, thanks for 53 months, appreciate you. Anyway, another one of those uncommons that's like potentially first pickable. It's just like enough value stapled in there. Suddenly being tempted is better than drawing a card. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Glorious Gale, 1 in a blue instant. Counter target creature spell. If it was a legendary spell, the ring tempts you. Oh man, so we have better Essence Scatter. See, Essence Scatter is like good blue interaction. I think I'd rather put Glorious Gale in my deck than like the Bewitching Leechcraft. This is an Essence Scatter with a little bit of, I guess it's not like value, it's potential value, right? I don't think you want to like sit here and chill and just like, I will only play this on a legendary spell, I must get value. I think like if your opponent plays a 3-mana 3/3 or a 4-mana 4/4 that would like give them board advantage. I think you just cast it. You just cast it and counter the thing. Don't fall behind, you know. But there's enough legendaries in the format, and if them resolving their piddlers doesn't put you behind, then this will connect a reasonable amount of the time, I think. Especially in Sealed. In Sealed, you want to hold on to this card until they play their bomb, and the bomb's going to be a legend in this format. Sweet card, sweet. Goldberry, River Daughter, 1 in a blue for a 1/3, legendary creature Nymph. Move a counter of each kind not on Goldberry from another target permanent onto Goldberry. And then 1 tap, move 1 or more counters from Goldberry onto another target permanent you control if you do draw a card. So I don't think this is a constructed card. I don't know what to do with this card. Maybe in limited, you're just like putting a 1/1 counter on it and then moving the 1/1 counter and drawing a card. Just draw a card every other turn. Can keep sagas alive, sure, yeah. Saga synergies, army synergies. There might be just like enough there in the format. Maybe she's good. The base stats aren't the worst, right? You have a 2-mana 1/3. Thinking like just for limited. Does stuff with Scales? No. Scales doesn't want this card. Greyhaven's Navigator, 2 in a blue, 3/2 Elf Pilot Flash, and his battlefield scry 1. That's fine, right? It's just filler. Man, white has filler that's like, what's that white creature? It's like draws cards. Yeah, if you control a legendary creature, you just get to draw a card with Errand Rider. That feels so much better to me than like Flash and Scry 1. Hithlane Knots, 1 in a blue, tap target creature, Scry 1, draw a card. So much Scry in this format. This card's filler. You gotta be careful with cards like this, with Hithlane Knots and Deceive the Messenger. They're both cards that are like not bad on face value. You're getting like enough out of the card for it to be like interesting. But if you put too much of that shit in your deck, you're gonna have a real hard time actually killing somebody. So, again, just remember, you need to have the gas to balance out the piddly utility shit. Horses of the Brunane, 3 in a blue, or 3 blue sorcery. Return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hand. Scry 1, the ring tempts you. This is a good limited card, right? Especially in a slower format, you're like gonna be able to bounce a 4-drop and a 5-drop. And then the ring tempts you is not nothing, and Scry 1's not nothing. Yeah, I don't know how aggressively you're taking this. Good against armies, sure, yeah. Bounce an army, bounce a 4-drop. Not the worst. Lorith of the Healing House, 2 in a blue, legendary creature, human cleric. Tap, untap another target permanent. Tap, untap 2 other target legendary creatures. So this is a little bit better than it looks. Untapping another target permanent can give a creature vigilance, can let you get more uses out of your activated abilities, but something else that it can do is just like be a mana dork. Like 3 mana for a 1/4 mana dork is not crazy, you know, just untapping lands. And it's a legend for your legendary matters things. Who knows how often this happens, huh? Watcher in the water. The white artifact. Full white artifact. No, not the worst horned turtle I've ever seen. Isolation at Orthanc. 3 and a blue instant. Put target creature into its owner's library, second from the top. I mean, blue just doesn't get good removal, right? This isn't the worst. The cool thing about Isolation is you don't mind casting it on like a bad creature. Make them redraw it, right? Doesn't seem like a premium pick to me. Seems like a 6th or 7th pick plus. Athelian Kingfisher, 2 and blue for a 2/1 flyer. When it dies, draw a card. Sweet. Yeah, obviously you don't want your evasive creature to die, but like if you play a 3 mana, if you play a 2/1 flyer and your opponent plays a 2/1 flyer, you trade off, you're gonna be pretty happy that you get to draw a card. I think it's good. Knights of Dal Amroth. 3 and blue for a 3/3 human knight. When you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on it. Yeah, again, I feel like this limited format might be slow enough that that might be solid. If the average game gets to grow this to like a 5/5, then this is a really strong card. Really strong. But if the average game it just like trades off at 3/3, or like it triggers on turn 6 or something to make a 4/4, then it's like not that impressive, right? Anyway. Yeah, sweet art. Lorien Reveal, 3 blue sorcery, draw 3 cards. Island Cycling 1. Oh, I love this card. I love this card a lot. So drawing 3 cards instead of 4 is like 1 card less than Tidings, but Tidings is like kind of bomby for limited. This is a clunky draw spell that also just like has Island Cycling attached to help you hit your lane dropped early. The only downside of this card is if you need to Island Cycle it, you're gonna be sad because you're just gonna be thinking about all those cards you could have drawn. How many of this could you play? Lorien Revealed? Yeah, 2 or 3 is about right? In a more controlling deck, playing like 3, or like maybe blue-green wants to play like 3 of this. You're playing 6? 6 might be excessive, but I don't blame you. Some really cool draw spells in this format. Yeah, that's like the only knock against it, right? Is that it's like gonna be hard to justify more than 2, because there's also just like other cheaper draw spells that'll also like fill out your... You can only play so many draw spells, right? Lost Isle Calling, 1 and a blue enchantment. Whenever you scry, put a verse counter on Lost Isle Calling. But yeah, seems much better than the white Island Cycler, doesn't it? Just making some stupid bird. skimp on lands with cheap land cyclers. I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's bad for your burger. For like every 2 land cycler, you can probably cut a land. And then you just like have these solid late game cards. Anyway, Lost Isle Calling. 1 in a blue enchantment. Whenever you scry, put a verse counter on it. And there's a lot of scry in this limited format. 4 blue, exile it, draw a card for each verse counter on it. If it had 7 or more verse counters on it, take an extra turn after this one. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, 7's a lot. 7's a lot. I want to say this is not a constructed card. And might not be a limited card either. There is a lot of scry. There's a lot of scry in the format to juice it up. But by the time you have 6 mana to crack it, I wonder how close you're gonna be to decking. 7 verse counters. Scry 3 does not give you 3 counters. Scry 3 gives you 1 counter. It's whenever you scry, period. So Scry 4, 1 counter. Scry 1, 1 counter. If you had a card that said Scry 1 3 times on it, then that would give you 3 burst counters, right? Yeah, card seems bad to me. And I fucking love drawing cards. Alright, Melindur, Swift Savior. 3 to blue for the 3/3 flyer, Bird Soldier, Legend. Whenever Melindur, Swift Savior, deals combat damage to a player, exile up to 1 target creature you own, then return to the battlefield under your control. There's a little blinky thing. Yeah, so not as nutty as the white 4 mana 3/3 that literally just like blinks out, can like blink out defenders as well. But this card's solid, right? 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. You already have a... What was that monster called? That's like literally that's all it was. Phantasmal Monster? No, that's not right. Oh shit, what up? Hey JP Feinberg, he's up at 8 months there. Yeah, blue card draw. I'll drink to that. Phantom Monster, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah, you already have a Phantom Monster, which is totally solid for this format. A Gale Powder Mage that has to connect. Gale Powder Mage can also hit your opponent's creatures. That's kind of what I was getting at. So Gale Powder Mage is like nutty. This is not that, but this is also quite strong for an uncommon in this limited format. I think you can take this pretty early. Like if I'm first picking this, I'm not like sad about it. But it's not a windmill slam over bombers or whatever. I don't know if we've seen very many bombers so far. Nimrodel Watcher. 1 in the blue for a 2/1 Elf Scout. Whenever you scry, gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Can't be blocked this turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. Sure, spread out your scry. I think there's enough scry in this format that this card could just be like deceptively good. Like you might just play one of these on turn 2 and one of these on turn 3 and like kill somebody with your 3/1 unblockables. Could totally happen. Because the scry cards are going to chain into each other very nicely, right? And like one scry card will set up the next scry card. That said, there's going to be other decks where it's just a 2 mana 2/1. That's fine too. Comes a little bit less exciting, huh? This is better than the Legendary Horse Swindler. I think you're right. I think you're right about that, Helion. Yeah, I don't think that set's very bomby, Dharma. I agree with that. I think this set is like both not bomby and has like really high quality uncommons, which I think is going to lead to a good limited format. Pelargir Survivor, 1 in a blue, creature human peasant. I keep on wanting to read that as pheasant. Human pheasant. Will be a different card. Alright, it taps to add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell. And then 6 mana tap, target player mills 3 cards. It's a 1/3. So those are like not the worst stats, right? I think we've had a 3 mana 1/3 that tapped to make a mana to only could cast instants and sorceries. We had that in like a few different limited formats, I think, and it's like fine. Putting the 6 mana mill effect on here is kind of sweet. I think this is going to be a slower format. I think it's not going to be like super crazy to deck somebody. Like, how many times do you need to activate this, huh? You need 6 mana to activate it, so it's like not getting started till late. But it's something. It's something to do when the board's stalled out. You don't get the flavor of the card? I don't care. Press the enemy. 2 blue instant. I just gotta keep going or I'll never finish, right? Return target spell or non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. You may cast an instant or sorcery with equal or lesser mana value from your hand without paying its mana cost. So hold on. Return a spell or non-land. So it can remand or bounce a non-land permanent. So like Venser. It's like Venser that doesn't hit lands. And then you can cast an instant or sorcery spell with equal or lesser mana value from your hand without paying its mana cost. This card's so much worse than Venser. It's so much worse. Bouncing lands was like the funnest part of Venser. You could get quite a bit of mana from this, huh? If you like return some 7 mana spell, then you'd be able to play a 7 mana spell or less for free. Hypothetically. That seems like the sort of consideration that's like mostly good in EDH though, as opposed to like a limited format. Next! Rangers of Ithilien, 2 blue, 3/3 human ranger, vigilance. Enters the battlefield, gain control of up to 1 target creature with less power for as long as you controlled rangers, then the ring tempts you. I think this card's gas, right? Just pack 1, pick 1, slam. I'm blue, give me your shit. The creatures aren't that big in this format. So like stealing some utility creature, and it's a 2/1 or whatever, is gonna be great. There are some blink effects that target something you own as opposed to control. The cool thing is, even if you get blown out by something like that, you still got a ring tempts you trigger, and you still have a 4 mana 3/3 vigilance. So if you haven't managed to trade off the creature by the time your opponent gets a blink effect or whatever, it's like not even that big of a deal. Anyway. Yeah, you can make mind control quite a bit worse and have it still be amazing. This is definitely still on the amazing side of it. Makes Sower seem busted? Yeah, sort of. At least the body's a little bit less fragile than Sower's, huh? And Sower would be a busted card in this set. It doesn't seem like a high-powered set. Saruman the White, 4 blue, 4/4, legendary creature, avatar, wizard. Ward 2, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, amass orcs 2. So because Saruman costs 5, it's going to be difficult to play him and then play another spell to immediately get some orcs. More likely you're going to be playing him out. It's going to take your whole turn. And then the next turn you're going to try and double spell. So not that insane, I don't think. If you can consistently 2 spells per turn, if you can do that like 2 or 3 times. If I'm right about the format speed and that it is kind of slow, then maybe this card's great. Like if you trigger it twice, you do have a great card, right? It is 8 power and 8 toughness for 5 mana. And if you just trigger it once, it's like kind of fine. I think the way his blue is set up, I think there's enough playable draw spells that it's not going to be impossible to trigger this thing, even though it costs 5. 4/4 Ward 2 doesn't suck. You're not wrong, Warcrow. You're not wrong. Yeah, I think I like this card. It's hard to figure out exactly how aggressively you should be drafting it without playing the format more. But I'm guessing that Saruman the White's going to be good in this limited format. It'll be fun to try him out. Saruman's Trickery, 1 blue instant, counter target spell, amass orcs 1. Hey, we have the sets cancel. It cancels, and then you do the set mechanic. Sure. I mean, it's one of the better cancels we've had, right? Counter target spells. Target spell, get a 1/1. Like, this is a Mystic Snake. This is a 3-mana Mystic Snake. I guess you could blink Mystic Snake. This is not a 3-mana Mystic Snake. It's kind of similar, though. I think this card's gas. Scroll of Isildur, 2 and a blue. 1, gain control of up to 1 target artifact for as long as you control Scroll of Isildur. The ring tempts you. So if you gain control, so like food production, I think is the main artifact in this format. You can like steal a food, then sack it. Second ability, tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them. Third ability, draw a card for each tapped creature target opponent controls. Seems like a limited bomb, right? Scroll of Isildur. Even if you don't get an artifact off the first ability, this is a limited bomb. Love it. Snap it up. Potentially even splash for it in some sealed decks. Divination seems a lot better than Divination. It's like a Time of Ice staple to a Divination. And it only costs 3 mana. Not a constructed card, though. Soothing of Smeagol, 1 and a blue instant. Return target non-token creature to its owner's hand. The ring tempts you. Oh, that card's sweet, right? I think that card's great. Only hits creatures. Only hits non-token creatures. Alright, maybe it's not great. Can't hit armies with it. It seems like bounce spells are great against armies, huh? That's like the best thing for a bounce spell to do. I think if this didn't say non-token, I think this would be a great card, but because it says non-token, it's a little more balanced. Might just be a fine card. Stern Scolding, 1 blue instant, counter target creature spell with power toughness 2 or less. What was the story? Aspiring Spike was consulting on the set, and he insisted that it wasn't just power. That it's power or toughness, so there'd be a counter spell that hits Luris. Or he didn't insist, he suggested. He suggested changing it to power or toughness. So there'd be another counter for Luris. Yeah. It does hit Solitude, yeah. I still don't like even with like Solitude and there being like a lot of playable creatures that this hits. I don't think it's a modern card. We can unban Luris now. Yeah, right. We have it. We have it solved. We have the answer. It hits Grist. Sure. Who cares? Hits Monkey. Yeah, are we just gonna list every fucking creature in Modern that it hits? I don't care. I don't think it's playable. It hits 80% of Modern's most played creatures. All right, well, 80% is a big number. And it is 1 mana. Does that matter to me? You still have a Essence Scatter, right? Even if you're hitting 80% of Modern's most played creatures. And it does cost 1 mana. Is that good enough? Let's bring up the Modern meta thing. I was very confident, but we should take a glance. Do I want this card versus blue-red aggro? Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine. Post-board against blue-red aggro, it, like, shifts sometimes to be less creature-based. And their best card is Murktide Regent, which it, like, doesn't hit. And if they're on the play, then you're staring at your like answer to the Ragavan or DRC that's already in play. That's kind of the issue, right? That's kind of the issue with Essence Scatter effects, is that like on the draw, they're just kind of garbage. They already have their creature down. It's not an answer, right? It's just not as good as a removal spell. And you're playing in a format where you can just play a good removal spell. That said, countering a Grief is certainly better than playing a removal spell on Grief. So there are exceptions to that. Doesn't hit Fable at all. Would this have to be a sideboard card? Are there enough decks, like Rhinos or whatever, where you just don't want to play this card? Tron. 4-color control has Solitude. Blue-white control also has Solitude, right? Yeah, they're 4 Solitude decks. Would blue-white control leave this in the mirror? I feel like no. Mono-black control, it's whiffing. Creativity, it's whiffing. It seems solid versus Hammer Time, huh? Counter Pure Steel or whatever. Living End, it's a brick. Breach, it's like kind of okay. Yeah, I guess right now it just feels like it's like way more important to have good removal than counters for creatures. Creativity's 11% of the goddamn meta. Like 16% of the meta in just these 2 decks. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, I think it's probably a bad card against like at least 40% of the format. And then it's still gonna be like rough on the draw in some of the situations, in some of the matchups where you even still want it. A 1/2 of in the sideboard. Yeah, I just don't even know if it's like impactful enough to be a good sideboard card. I think I'm gonna leave it off the list, and I'll be silly if I'm wrong. Maybe underrate counters in Modern. Seems atrocious against Rhinos. Storm of Saruman. 4 blue enchantment, ward 3. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it. Except the copy isn't legendary. You may choose new targets for the copy. So this can copy creatures too, right? That's kind of cool. God, how slow would this limited format have to be for this to be a bomb, huh? I've definitely played limited formats where this would have been a bomb. Is it the best card that you could play against Scam Kenixai? Is it worth a sideboard slot? I don't know. It's like Thousand Year Storm, Storm of Saruman. Yeah, it seemed a lot easier for the average limited deck to make Storm of Saruman work than Thousand Year Storm, right? Like with Storm of Saruman, you literally just have to play 2 things and your second thing's getting copied. And copying a creature is pretty good, even if the creature's pretty medium. Yeah, I'm willing to be wrong about Stern Scolding. I'm okay with that. I can see limited environments where Storm of Saruman is gas. Something to think about in like really slow sealed decks. Maybe that's every sealed deck in this format. Maybe this is great. I don't know. Worth trying for sure. Surrounded by orcs, 3 and a blue sorcery, amass orcs 3. When target player mills X cards, where X is the amassed army's power. Wait, so if you grow an existing army, this is like mills a shitload, right? Is that right? So the first surround by orcs you play mills them 3, and the second one mills them 6. Card might be insane. There's also target player. I don't know if there's like any like self-mill considerations. I don't think we've seen much. So two surrounded by orcs mills more than like 2 of that mill crab, right? The 4-mana 3/3, the like milled form. And that card was solid in Dominaria. Every once in a while you cheese people with a mill win. Could be a build path for a mass. Treason of Isengard, 2 and a blue sorcery. Put up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. Mass orcs too. Hey, those do play with nicely together, don't they? Play surrounded by orcs. Next turn, Treason of Isengard. Now you've got a 5/5. Then you're surrounded by orcs again. Now you've got an 8/8, milling for 8. That's starting to be pretty real, huh? Very easy to get multiples, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, a Polish sniper. Glad you're okay. The Watcher in the Water. 3 blue for a 9/9. Legendary creature Kraken. Enters the battlefield tapped with 9 stun counters on it. A lot of stun counters. Whenever you draw a card during an opponent's turn, create a 1/1 blue tentacle creature token. Okay. So you need instant speed draw spells to get tentacles from your 5-mana card. Whenever a tentacle you control dies, untap up to 1 target Kraken and put a stun counter on up to 1 target non-land permanent. Man, I gotta say, I love me some Krakens. This card kind of sucks, right? I mean, if the limited format is slow enough, it just does stone nothing unless you can draw cards on the opponent's turn. How many cards even do that in this format? You can kill your Kingfisher on their turn. Knots triggers it. That common. Rares triggering it don't really count. Gandalf can trigger it on the opponent turn with Rings Tempts You. There's this thing. Sorcery. Rare. Sorcery. Sorcery. Yeah, so there's not that much, Just looking at white. And the untap effect only removes a stun counter. Oh yeah, nice. Okay, so when it says untap up to 1 target Kraken and put a stun counter on up to 1 target non-land permanent, it's not even untapping this Kraken. I was originally reading it like you could untap the 9/9 once and then you'd have to make another tentacle to die to untap it again or whatever. But you're right, you'd have to fucking have 9 tentacles die before this thing untaps, like for real. 5 mana 9/9 was to spend 9. It's worse than that. It's like a... If you can cast draw spells on the opponent's turn, you can stun a few things, is what this is. You're still removing a counter on your untap step. Oh, that's true. Okay, so it is to spend 9, yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. Which is very bad. And you can speed it up with card draw spells. You forgot how stun counters work? Yeah, right? Very easy to forget. We found your pre-release rare. Amazing. Amazing. Doesn't tap down lands. Well, I don't think you'd want to in limited, right? You're going to want to target their creatures anyway. Yeah, right? It doesn't have ward. Very easy to kill, very easy to bounce. Terrible card. Willow Wind, 4 and blue for a 3/4 flyer. When it's battlefield, scry 2. This card's solid, right? I think I'm just like happy to play this card in this limited format. I think this format's gonna be slow enough where this is a reasonable card to be playing. That's what I think. Ooh, we got some black cards coming up. So what I do is in between each color to make sure that my voice doesn't go out, make sure I stretch my legs during these set reviews, I take a quick break. I'm gonna do that right now. Go grab a snack real quick. When I come back, we'll dip into the black cards. We're making good time. All right. I've returned. For my favorite color, the black cards. Oh, I just realized my stream title's wrong. I think I'm doing some cube tomorrow. Although, if I get started early, maybe I'll have time for a League of Modern. Yeah, I think I'm drafting cube with Matt Grenier tomorrow. And I believe I've talked him into drafting the original vintage cube. If any of it from like 2012, if any of that appeals to y'all. But I think we're gonna switch between cubes in between drafts and stuff. But I think that'll be a fun one to try out. With Time Vault, I don't think Time Vault's in the OG one. I think it got added in one of the updates. But anyway, it should be fun. Alright, Bitter Downfall. 3 black instant. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature that was dealt damage this turn. Destroy target creature. Its controller loses 2 life. That card's gas, right? You can first pick this. You're not going to be using the alt, the 3 less to cast thing. You're not going to do that very often. They'll come up occasionally, right? If you need to double spell. And there are some cards that reward you for double spelling in like blue and stuff, so maybe I'm underestimating that part. But yeah, 4 mana instant destroy a creature, its controller loses 2 life is a great removal spell in limited. The Black Breath, 2 and a black sorcery. Creatures your opponent's control get -1/-1 until end of turn. The ring tempts you. Sure. It's kind of a smaller format. There's some X1s. This card might not be that bad. Kind of cool art. Call of the Ring. 1 and a black enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, the ring tempts you. Whenever you choose a creature as your ring bearer, you may pay 2 life. If you do, draw a card. So the fact that this is you may pay 2 life is pretty important. You can prevent this from being like a bad limited card. Like not being able to cast your ring tempts you cards. Or, you know, just dying from itself, huh? As is, I think this is like a pretty gassy limited card. And potentially modern playable. What do y'all think about this card in modern? I don't think it's like remotely there in Legacy. Because I think making something a legend in Legacy is pretty bad. You do not have to choose a different creature to trigger this. Every time the ring tempts you, you choose a creature to be your ring bearer. Seems too slow. Yeah, I think the fact that you need to have a creature in play is kind of brutal in Modern, where there's so much quality removal. Comparable to Bob? Oh, I think this card's much better than Bob. So the issue with Bob in Modern isn't that drawing cards is bad in Modern right now. It's that X1s are bad in Modern right now. So Ragavan can get over Red and 6 because Ragavan costs 1 mana and it's got a dash feature if there's a Red and 6 in play. Bob just gets bricked. Bob doesn't get a hit in first. Late game Bobs don't get to like dash in for value. They just like rot in your hand and you get to be sad while your opponent has a red and 6 in play. Call of the Ring does not have that issue, right? It is a little Bob-like, paying 2 life to draw a card. Does Shadow want this? I don't think so. I don't think Shadow's gonna have a creature in play consistently enough, right? That's the big issue with this card. It's just like having a creature. Yeah, so my verdict, better than Bob. Does that make it good enough for Modern? Question mark. Probably not. I could add to the list anyway. We can do it like a maybe pile. Nah, let's not do that. It'll be easier to have like a defined list if we don't put in the speculative cards. Just put in cards that we're like somewhat confident in. Good enough for historic, maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's hard to tell. Sirith Ungol Patrol, 4 and a black for a 4/5. Orc Soldier, second another creature, draw a card, then create a food token. This card kind of rules, right? I mean, it's a 5-drop, but it feels like that rules. Like you're turning your armies into cards. Cards and life. And there's some uses for food tokens in this format. So this might be like exceptional in black-white, but I think it's just gonna be a good card. Claim the Precious. 1 black sorcery. Destroy target creature. The ring tempts you. Another quality removal spell. Love it. You love to see it. This is the sort of removal spell. Claim the Precious and Bitter Downfall are both cards that, like, I'm not going to take them over a bomb, but most of them are probably better than, like, the uncommon creature legends that might give you value, right? Dunland Crabane, 2 and a black for a 1/1 flyer. Enters the battlefield, amass orcs 2. Oh, this card's good, right? You got 3 power and 3 toughness for 3 mana. And then, like, some of it's flying, some of it, like, grows other stuff. 2 different bodies, too, if you're doing sacrifice stuff. Yeah, I think this card's good. Easterling Vanguard, 1 and a black for a 2/1. When it dies, amass orcs 1. Yeah, it's fine. It's a 2-drop. Golem, Patient Plotter, 1 and a black for a 3/1, legendary creature, halfling horror. When it leaves the battlefield, the ring tempts you, and then 1 black, sack a creature, return it from your graveyard to your hand, activate only as a sorcery. Card's kind of sweet, huh? I think Golem seems good. I think Golem seems good too. Not some like bomb or whatever, but I think you're pretty happy to have this card in your deck. The floor is pretty high, I agree. Exactly, Minds Over Matter. The ability to block is like pretty big for a recursive threat like this. Golem's Bite. 1 black instant. Target creature gets -2/2 until end of turn. Already solid. And then 3 and a black, exile it from your graveyard, the ring tempts you. Activate only as a sorcery. Isn't that card great? It feels like that card's great. Yeah, we get better disfigure. Gorbag of minus Morgul. 1 and a black for a 2/2. Legendary creature Orc Soldier. Whenever a goblin or orc you control deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, choose one. Draw a card or create a treasure. I think you're probably not going to be creating very many treasures with this. It's kind of cool that it can sack itself, huh? And then, yeah, we have all this amass orcs.
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Bobgar the Warbarian. The Sobbling says 63 months. Yeah, I mean, it's a cheap legend for your Legend Matters things. I don't think it's like a bad card. I think it might be... I think it might be really easy to overvalue, though. The fact that the orc or the goblin or orc needs to connect first is kind of a big deal. You don't want to make an army really big so that you can connect and then sack the army to draw a card, right? At a certain point, you're going to want to keep it in play. It does combine well with the ring tempts you. You can give the ring tempt you skulk to some like shitter 1/1 army and then hit and then sack it and draw a card and then amass 1 again and, you know, so on. So on and so forth. Gothmog, Morgul Lieutenant, 3 and a black for a 3/3. Legendary creature, human soldier. When it enters the battlefield, amass orcs 1. Creature tokens you control have death touch. Oh, this card rules. I think you can just first pick this card, right? I think 4 mana 3/3 that makes a 1/1 death toucher is quite a solid card. But I guess if you trade off the 3/3, then the 1/1 loses the death touch. We might have other kinds of tokens too. Ophiomancer at home? Yeah, yeah. I mean, Ophiomancer's a nuts fucking card. This is not quite that good, but I think it's great. Grima Wormtongue, 2 black for a 1/4. Legendary creature. Your opponents can't gain life. Second the creature, target player loses 1 life. If the sack creature was legendary, amass orcs 2. So I feel like this card's not very good, but I mean, it is a horned turtle. Maybe it doesn't have to be that good. Grond the Gatebreaker, 3 black for a 5/5 legendary artifact vehicle, trample. As long as it's your turn, you control an army. It's an artifact creature. Whoa, you just control the army? And then you don't have to crew it? 4 mana for a 5/5 trample? I'm so proud of my chat. Yeah, I think Grond's first pickable. I don't think it's hard to just have an army and just have it be a 5/5. It's got trample. Those are like good stats. Haunt of the Dead Marshes. Black for a 1/1 Nightmare Elf. When it enters the battlefield, scry 1. 2 and a black, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Activate only if you control a legendary creature. Is this a playable 1/1? Yeah, I think it is actually. I think you do want some legendary creatures in your deck, but I think that's like kind of a given with this limited format. That's probably fine. I wouldn't play very many of them, right? But having 1 or 2 in the right deck could be quite solid. Isildur's Fateful Strike, 2 black for legendary instant. Not a lot of those running around. Destroy target creature. If the controller has more than 4 cards in hand, they exile cards in their hand equal to the difference. There's a lot of blue card draw in this format. That card could fucking nuke someone's hand. You don't need much, right? You don't need much value on your fucking removal spell. If they discard like a card, this is gas. This is just like an insane thing. Certainly first pickable. Cut their hand down to 4 fingies. Exactly, yes. Lash of the Balrog. This card's like kind of unimpressive for what it's picturing, right? 1 black is an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature, or pay 4, destroy target creature. It's like fine, it's like filler removal, right? There's some bodies you don't mind sacrificing. Sometimes you don't mind paying 5. There are a lot of good black cards. Yeah, loving it. Loving it this set. Lobelia, Sackville Baggins. 2 and a black for legendary creature, halfling citizen, 2/3 flash menace. When Lobelia Sackville enters the battlefield, exile target creature card from an opponent's graveyard. Those put there from the battlefield this turn, then create X treasure tokens where X is the exiled card's power. Yeah, I guess that's good. Like, menace is a good limited ability already.
Oh shit, what up?
It doesn't feel like a bomb though, does it? Hey Tackler, thanks for 48 months. That's a long time. Not the spoons, the spoons! Anyway, I feel like this is not like a windmill slam, pack 1, pick 1 bomb. Like I'm certainly taking Grond over it, but even like Golem's Bite or Claim or Bitter Downfall are all cards I'm more interested in. Card's fine though. March for the Black Gate, 1 and a black enchantment. When March enters the battlefield, and whenever an army you control attacks, amass Orcs 1. So your armies pump themselves. Oh, this card's sick, right? You have a 2-mana 1/1, and you attack with it, and then it's a 2/2, etc. I mean, it's slow, but, you know, it's gonna get bigger, and there's other things with the mass. I wouldn't play this, like, by itself very often. Maybe if I was on the play and I could, like, for sure get in. I mean, it attacks as a 2/2 on turn 3 or whatever. Yeah, maybe this card's just good. Mirkwood Bats. 3 and black, creature bat. Whenever you create or sacrifice a token, each opponent loses 1 life, 2/3. Wow. Why would Wizards print this card? Don't they realize they're going to destroy every format known to Magic the Gathering? Oh, those poor EDH players. The fact that their lives are ruined because Mirkwood Bats gets printed. Oh man, it's just a different world, huh? Just a whole different universe. You mean sell packs? You think Mirkwood Bats is selling packs? Gotta crack the boosties. I hope I get a common. Come on, come on. There were people saying that it'll probably be like a several dollar common. Because there's going to be so many EDH decks that want it. With their treasure. Pauper playable Mayhem Devil. Is it Pauper playable? Create or sacrifice a token. How often are you doing that in Pauper? There's not much like treasure production in Pauper, right? Cat oven is not a common, no. The oven's uncommon, right? Or maybe the cat was uncommon. I think one of them was uncommon. Blood fountain in Pauper. Yeah, get him. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Mirkwood Bats is gonna dominate any constructed format, Pauper included. Seems like a fine limited card, huh? With that food production, making and sacrificing of food drains the opponent for 2 with this card. Like, it's kind of a sick limited card too. Not just good enough in EDH. Deadly Dispute, yeah, that's true. It's not hard to play both those cards. Maybe I'm underrating it for Pauper. Do we have any Pauper specialists in the house? Should I be noting this as a notable? Already a $1 common. Elevation. You can't look at pre-order numbers and have them attached to any kind of reality. You're looking at like Fantasyland numbers. Those are the numbers for people that want to buy pre-ordered cards. And they will not be those numbers within like a week of the set being opened. White Black Battle Screech. Ooh. Battle Screech is actually like a lot of damage. Alright. I'm putting it down. Mortar Muster. You're definitely gonna play 4 mana black creatures in your Battle Screech deck. I mean, yeah. I've played off-color creatures in my Battle Screech deck before. You just can't play very many of them, right? Mana dies to bolt. Yeah, a lot of things die to bolt. I'll put a question mark. Mortar Muster. 1 in a black sorcery. You draw a card and lose 1 life. A Mass Orcs 1. Sure. It's like fine, right? It's like the fucking 2 mana 1/1 vampire that drew a card and lost a life when it came into play. Totally fine. Mortar Trebucket. 2 and black for a 1/4 artifact creature wall. Trebucket's a weird name for a wall. Alright, Defender. Whenever you attack with 1 or more goblins and or orcs, create a 2/1 colorless construct artifact creature token with flying. Name Ballistic Boulder. That's tapped and attacking. Sack that creature at end of turn. The Tree Bucket. Oh, I was mispronouncing it. My apologies. My apologies. Yeah, I didn't know. Didn't know it was a real thing. Alright.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey Artex, thanks for the 78 months. Yeah, good evening. You love the tokens this makes? Yeah, the token's kind of sweet, huh? Is it good? Is it good though? Age of Empires? Yeah, Age of Empires was sweet. For sure. It blocks and attacks? I mean, it sort of attacks. It mostly blocks. Nice with the bats. Oh, with the, ooh, yeah, the Mirkwood. Some nice drain in. I would not play this card in Pauper. Good with sacrifice synergies. Yeah, there's a couple cards that do sacrifice stuff. It seems really easy for a 2/1 to get consumed in combat if it's not a sort of instant speed sacrifice, though. I think with its base rate, this is like not a very impressive card. You got like a very defensive card that creates like a very fragile attacking card if you attack with a certain thing. You know what I mean?
Oh shit.
Overall, this card does not impress me, but I could see it working in some decks. Hey, Zach Workman, thanks to 77 months. Does it cube? I don't think this card cubes. Morgul, Knife Wound. 1 in a black enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets -3/-0 and has, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile this creature unless you pay 2 life. Huh. So I guess you put this on your opponent's like 3/3 flyer and hope that they sack it at some point. Right? It's like okay, right? It's like better than it looks. Stab wound, kinda. Yeah, kinda. A worse stab wound for less. Yeah. I think that's accurate. Stab wouldn't. Oh, the token has flying? I missed that part. I missed that part of the tree bucket. That makes it a lot better. A lot better than I thought. Still not like the bee's knees, but you're right. The flying certainly matters. Gonna get some damage in. Yeah, I don't think you take a knife wound that highly, but it's not gonna be like fucking terrible in every deck. Nasty End. 1 in a black instant. As additional cost to cast a spell, sack a creature. Oh, this card's already awesome. Draw 2 cards. If the sack creature was legendary, draw 3 instead. I think this card fucking rules. Nasty End. Lot of legends to sacrifice in this set. Worst village rights? I mean, now you're drawing 3 cards. Yeah, to sack your boulder. No, there's plenty of things that are fine to sacrifice in this format. Your army ring bearer is legendary. There you go. There you fucking go. Gonna sack so many ring bearers. Nazgul. 2 in a black for a 1/2 death touch. When it enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Whenever the ring tempts you, put a 1/1 counter on each wraith you control. It's a wraith knight. The deck can have up to 9 cards named Nazgul. So there's I saw people talking about this on Twitter. If you draft 10 of these, can you play 10 in your limited deck? And the ruling that was cited was like you follow the rules of the format unless a card says otherwise, implying that you can only have 9 Nazgul because it says you can have up to 9. As with 7 dwarves. I didn't know that. I didn't know if you drafted 8 dwarves. That shit never comes up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It's kind of amusing though. I kind of want to put 9 Nazgul into an EDH deck. maybe go black-red and put the fucking dwarves in there too. Yeah, I think you were happy if you had like 4 or 5 dwarves. You're more likely to open the 1/1 ring than 9 Nazgul. I feel like that's not true. They don't have to put 9 uncommons in a pack. Yeah, but people are talking about for like drafts, I imagine. In sealed, it is probably fucking less possible, yeah. Anyway, is this card good? I think it's good. Cool. Moving on. Or the Grey Hall Host. 3 to black. You and target opponent each create a food token. Oh, I remember this thing. I fucking hate how the first 2 abilities just like cancel each other out. You're like, I give you a food, and then I take away your food, and then I make a treasure. And it's like, God, you cost 4 mana. You cost 4 fucking mana. Ah, you fucking shit saga. And then when you finally get to the good part, where you get 3/1/1 spirit tokens, which is like a good ability. You finally get this, and they come to play tapped, and they can't block that turn. It's so much work for a Spectral Procession, and it's not even a real Spectral Procession. It's a tapped Spectral Procession. I love Spectral Procession. Why'd they make Spectral Procession suck so bad? Good with the bat. All right, this does basically one-shot somebody with that stupid bat. You had me at the first half default char. I feel like this would be way too much tempo if they were untapped. Turn 6, 3 blockers. Yeah. Yeah, it is way too good. 1 ring to rule them all. Man, there's so many fucking 1 rings. Alright, 2 black. Saga. 1, the ring tempts you, then each player mills cards equal to your ring bearer's power. Ooh, more mill. 2, destroy all non-legendary creatures. This ability fucking sucks in this limited format. There's so many legends. It's so high variance. This is like a destroy all non-artifact creatures in like a Mirrodin set, right? You're like, God, I hope my opponent plays anything of value for me to destroy with this sweeper. And then 3 is for each opponent loses 1 life for each creature card in that player's graveyard. Huh. So like in the middle of like kind of a longer game that's gonna drain them for like 4 or 5, right? I feel like the mill effect of this is like the most interesting part of it. Orkish Bowmasters, 2 mana for a 1/1. Well, those are already pretty bad stats. We can just move along. Orkish Medicine, 1 and black for an instant. Target creature gains their choice of lifelink or indestructible until end of turn. Amass Orcs 1. That's another 2 mana 1/1. Why are people reacting to something? Did I miss something about Bowmasters? We can go back. All right, so it's 2 mana for a 1/1 Orc Archer. I guess Orc is a relevant tribal effect in this limited format. Hey, 600 hours, 653 months there, appreciate you. Too long to be subbed? I disagree. More. No, thanks hours. Alright, 2 mana 1/1 Flash. When it enters the battlefield, and whenever an opponent draws a card except the first one they draw each of their draw steps, deals 1 damage to any targets and Amass Orcs 1. So you got a little bit of a get you slinger action here, huh? Where you get to naturally ping something. You have, at its base, before the opponent ever triggers this by drawing extra, you have a Raise the Alarm that deals a damage to something. You have a Raise the Alarm plus plus a Tim Ping, which is pretty good. It's better than Raise the Alarm. And then in Legacy and Modern and those kind of formats, people do like drawing extra cards. And because it has flash, you can always respond to a draw spell. So if we respond to a Brainstorm with this, it'll trigger 3 times. You'll get to deal 4 damage to something and make a 4/4. X1's unplayable. I kind of want to play this alongside the 2-mana 2/1 that makes both players draw for 4 mana. Even though it's going to be weak to your opponent's Orkish Bowmasters, I think the synergy between the two is like pretty great. Do some blue-black tempo stuff. Just got to make sure you have Orkish Bowmasters advantage. Three, instead of a 4/4. No, it's gonna mass Orcs 1 just by coming into play, and then Brainstorm. Assuming they're playing the Brainstorm on their turn, will give you a 4/4. Burning Inquiry. Now we're talking, Mark. Now we're talking. Burning Inquiry with Orkish Bowmasters in play. We solved it. We solved the riddle. It'll trigger on your turn. Yeah, but it's the first. So there was, I said they would make a 4/4, and someone said 3/3, and then I was saying if it's on their turn. You understand? Oh, it says draw step specifically. You're right, it'll be a 4/4 on your turn as well. My apologies. I missed the draw step clause. I just read it as the first one they drew, except the first one they drew. Nice. So even slightly better than I thought. Sweet. So there's that card. You can't wait to see in Vintage Cube? Yeah. I can wait. It's one of those cards that like people might get sick of after a bit. It is kind of nice that Red and 6 helps control it, help contain it in Modern, But yeah, probably a Legacy card, probably a Vintage card, pretty safely. Probably pretty good in Cube too. This plus wheels, yeah. Adding it to the list. I haven't updated the list in a while. Oh, the list that I have going right now. Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm least confident about Modern. So I'm gonna put a minus there. I'm gonna put a plus and put it in front of Legacy and Vintage. Does that make sense? Yeah, that was what we referred to in the biz as a bit subtle hustle. That was was not a serious thing. I was actually familiar with Orkish Bowmasters before doing the set review. Fucking everyone's talking about this goddamn card. A Flash Sheets a Ragavan? Yeah. Is that enough? Ragavan's a 1-drop. This is a 2-drop. So does Raise the Alarm. Yeah, I think the presence of red and 6 in Modern, as well as like not every deck being a draw spell deck, like in Vintage and Legacy, makes it a little bit less nutty in the Modern format. That's what I think. I could end up being wrong. Maybe it'll be nutty there too. But I do think it'll be less good. Sam's Desperate Rescue. Black sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. The ring tempts you. I think this card's strong. Is this another Pauper card? Should I put it by Birthday Escape? The Ring Tempts You makes an emblem that's basically a equipment that augments whatever the ring bearer is. And every time the ring tempts you, you're essentially like equipping this. You're like choosing a creature to be the ring bearer each time. And you can look up the all the various abilities it gets to be fully leveled and stuff. Can't go over all that right now. Sauron the Necromancer. 3 black for a 4/4 legendary creature avatar horror menace. Oh, right, this card. Yeah, whenever it attacks, exile target creature card from your graveyard. Get a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of that card. Except it's a 3/3 black wraith with menace. And then at the beginning of your next end step, exile that token unless Sauron is your ring bearer. So I kind of hope this doesn't show up in Vintage Cube, because this card's a lot worse than like the blue-black god that, I don't know, makes 4/4 beetles or whatever. That said, it's like obviously a limited bomb, right? Yeah, Scarab God. It just doesn't compare very favorably to Scarab God at all. But yeah, good limited card is good. The old pack one, pick one. Shadow of the Enemy. 3 black sorcery. Exile all creature cards from target player's graveyard. You may cast spells from among those cards for as long as they remain exiled, and any mana of any type can be spent to cast them. So you spend a card to exile all the creatures from the graveyard, and then you still need to spend. You're spending 6 mana on this, and then you still need to cast the creatures. You still have to spend the mana. This card kind of reminds me of what was that green card? That super dirtly thing that just like rebought your graveyard. This feels like that. Like you're gonna get a ton of value, but it's gonna be so slow. Yeah, Seasons Past. It feels kind of Seasons Past-y. Anyway, I think you'd have to have like a very, very dirtily limited match or limited deck before this became interesting. Shelob's Ambush, 1 black instant. Maybe a control deck in sealed that just doesn't have enough win conditions, and then you get to jack the opponents and have inevitability. I think that's the spot where I see Shadow of the Enemy. That's where I would be excited to play this card. Alright, Shelob's Ambush, 1 black instant. Target creature gets +1/+2 and gains death touch until end of turn. Create a food token. Hey, not the worst trick, huh? Get to win combat and get a food. How about it? Probably about as good as that white trick that we saw earlier.
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Literal Lucifer, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 3 months. Happy to have you here as always. Hail Satan! +2 toughness and death touch is rough. Is it? So this card is like always going to kill the opposing creature, right? It's always going to win combat because of the death touch. The +2 toughness is so that it survives. Oh, for the opponent. Gotcha, gotcha. I was gonna say, I think that's kind of synergistic. All right, Snarling Warg, 3 and a black for a 3/4 Menace Wolf, and then as long as you control a Goblin or Orc, it gets +1 bestow. That's kind of sick, huh? 4 mana for a 3/4 Menace that becomes a 4/4 pretty easy. I like this card. Menace is a good limited ability, and these are good stats. You can only have so many 4-drops in your deck, but this is a quality one. The Torment of Gollum. 3 to black sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. The player discards that card. Amass Orcs 2. Shire plus Baggins. Oh yeah, Mamba Forever. If someone gave or lent me the One Ring, I would fucking fly out to Hawaii and make some goddamn content with it. That's for sure. Get like fucking every Lord of the Rings LARPer that I can like rustle up. Have fucking armies up there. Correct, there are no volcanoes in Wisconsin, yeah. Pretty much the only downside of Wisconsin. Alright, so you make them discard a card and you make it 2/2. I mean, that's not that bad, right? 4 mana 2/2 that duresses your opponent. If you think about it like that. It's not bad at all. It's a Thoughtseize too, it's not a duress. You can get a creature too. I'm sorry to hear that, Johnny. No, I like it here. Grief at home? Yeah, I mean, it's a common grief. Seems solid. Troll of Khazad-dûm, 5 and a black. Can't be blocked except by 3 more creatures. Swamp cycling 1. I think this card's good enough for Living End. Right? Like the grief versions. You're gonna become a little bit better against Blood Moon. And then 1 mana, make sure you hit your fucking... Maybe you don't play 4 of this, because you don't want that many swamps in your deck. But I think the first 1 or 2 are like actively good, right? And it's a black creature to pitch to grief. Oh, it can find duels. Oh, this card just rules then. Even then, I think Living End like doesn't play that many fetchables. So you might still not want 4. Let's pull up a fucking deck list. Just like a grief version of Living End. They have Living End here. Do they call it as a combo deck? They do. This is a grief version. It is. All right, how many swamps are in here? None. 0 swamps. This is Sunken Ruins. Does that count? I could have sworn some people out there were playing black mana. In case you needed to hardcast your Architects of Wills or what have you. I guess the Cascaders are just not black. Alright, hold on. Yeah, there's some. This is 22. This is like a full year ago. Yeah. This is kind of what I was thinking. I think Jund Living End plays fucking Blood Moon. Yeah. So if you wanted to fuck with this shit specifically, then I guess it becomes interesting. But yeah, if Living End just like literally doesn't want to play swamps these days, then it just doesn't work. Yeah, Demonic Dread's Lithy. That's kind of a questionable include. It helps justify itself. It is quite a good card. That's true. Uruk-hai Berserker. 2 and a black for a 3/2. When enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. That's okay, huh? I think that's like around the same power level as Blue's filler 3-drop, which was like it had flash and then it scryed 1 when it came into play. But I think both of them are just much worse than White's. White's literally White's vanilla 3-drop, or it's not vanilla, but filler 3-drop is loot, unless you control a legend, in which case you just draw a card. And fucking this whole set is legends, so it just seems great. Anyway, this card's not bad. This is filler. This is filler is all. Voracious Fellbeast, 4 black for a 4/4 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a creature. Create a food token for each creature you sacrifice this way. Oh, this card rules. I'm into it. Like, I would probably overvalue this a little bit. Me specifically. Like, happily first pick it in a pack that didn't have a quality removal spell in it. Witch King of Angmar, 3 black, legendary creature, Wraith Noble. Flying. Whenever one or more creatures deals combat damage to you, each opponent sacrifices a creature that dealt combat damage to you this turn. The ring tempts you. Wait, what? Okay. Discard a card. Witch King of Angmar gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Pretty sick art too. A bad No Mercy. Yeah, but that's like great. No, it's not if a creature attacks you, it dies. It's whenever one or more, right? So if they hit you with 3 creatures, they get to choose which one to sacrifice. If their opponent's hitting you with only 1 creature, they will have to sack it, though. Just a hard to kill 5/3 flyer. Yeah, right? Discard a card, it gains indestructible. Pretty fucked up. One of the better limited bombs that I've seen in this set. All right, folks, I'm gonna take my quick break here so that my voice doesn't get too worn out. When I come back, we'll handle the red cards, the green cards. I think we'll get through the whole set tonight. I'm excited. All right, BRB. I got a slice of shitty leftover pizza from the fridge. Give me a little energy, keep me going. Oh, okay. Battle Scarred Goblin. 1 red for a 2/2. When it becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage to each creature blocking it. It's okay, right? So there's a 2/2 that can attack into 2 3s, or 3 3s, or 4 3s, or whatever. Also note that 2 1s cannot trade with it. It'll eat them in combat. So it's kind of a deceptively good ability. Not a bad one to carry some equipment or what have you. Yeah, I don't hate it. It's a common 2-drop, so it's not like busted or anything, but it's a little bit better than it looks. Yeah, that's what we started with, charging ferret. I think that was literally the first thing that I said. But that's cool. No, I'm getting excited. The ability does not work on blocking. It's just whenever it becomes blocked. So it's a good attacker, but it doesn't have any benefit on blocking. Anyway. Book of Mazarbel. 2 in a red. 1 a Mass Orcs, 1. Put a 1 counter on an army you control. 2 a Mass Orcs, 2. So it becomes a 3/3. Thanks, gifts you. What if it's a 4/1 though? Will it live then? And then the last mode is creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain menace until end of turn. I think this card's like kind of fine, right? You're getting a 3/3 and then everything is +1/+0 and menace. I think this is going to be a really easy card to underrate. Nothing exciting. I think it's a little exciting. It does depend how many and what creatures are getting +1/+0 and menace. Those are good limited abilities. Breaking of the Fellowship. 1 in a red sorcery. Oh, I look so sad. He's so bummed out. Poor little sad, I don't know what that is, a child, human child. Target creature an opponent controls deals damage equal to its power to another target creature that player controls. The ring tempts you. Yeah, sad human child. So the ability here, target creature an opponent controls deals damage equal to its power equal to another target creature that player controls, has historically not been great. Like if your opponent has a 4/4 and a 3/3, you can't actually kill their best creature with this, right? You have to kill their shitty creature. And I don't think adding the ring tempts you makes this a good card. I think this is still gonna be a pooper. Cast into the Fire. 1 in a red instant. Cast into the fire deals 1 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures, or exile target artifact. How many artifacts are in this format to exile? This card doesn't see Pauper play, right? There's better options than Pauper. There's no Dust to Dust. The dealing 1 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures is like almost interesting in Pauper, even without the exile target artifact. It gets rid of the 1 ring. It can do that. Yeah, I think this is mostly going to be a sideboard card in limited, from what I've seen. I haven't gotten to the constructed cards yet. Dust to Dust is double white. It is. Would you like to describe more cards to me? It's also a sorcery. Yeah, the Dust to Dust comment was saying that there's better artifact hosers in Pauper. I don't think this one's showing up. You're not sure you know of another 2-minute exile spell in red? Yeah, I mean, does exiling matter? Does exiling matter in Pauper? Do the affinity decks play the fucking 0 mana regenerate? Is that enough to make it matter? I know they play some 1/1s, right? They play like the saga creature, deal 1 damage thing. Let's fucking dig up the Pauper lists. I'll look at an affinity deck real quick. Looks like no regeneration. There is some recursion though in Blood Fountain, so I guess exile matters versus Blood Fountain. Like actually exiling the Mirror Enforcer or whatever. And then yeah, there's a couple 1/1s to hit. I don't know how much that matters. Can't tell if trolling. Oh, you're just talking about hitting the lands. Yeah, that's legit. Should we add to the list then? Pauper increases the list so much. It's not might see sideboard play Warcrow. It's like pretty confident are good enough for the format. So I might just like cut all the cards that have question marks after them. You don't know if that's what we want to do with our list. I mean, if there's a sideboard card that we think is going to like impact the format, right? Then it certainly matters. Is there a reason to play it over a Braid in other formats? In Legacy and Modern? I mean, it's the 7/7 equipment, right? I don't think people have even played a Braid lately, though. I think Murktide plays like a single Braid in the sideboard. But yeah, exiling that fucking equipment might matter. Cauldron. Yeah, maybe I'm underestimating the exile target artifact. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We should be listing that one. I'm gonna take the question marks and just like put them lower. I'll feel better about it. I don't want them having in the same area as Orkish bowmasters. I don't want them tainting. Display of power. 1 red instant. The spell can't be copied. Copy a number of target instants or sorcery spells. You may choose no targets for the copies. Yeah, not really a limited card, huh? Not really a constructed card either. Not really a card. Eomer, Marshal of Rohan. 2 red for a 4/4 legendary creature, human knight. Haste. 4 mana for 4/4 haste is already pretty juicy. Whenever one or more other attacking legendary creatures you control die, untap all creatures you control. This phase is an additional combat phase. This triggers only once each turn. That's kind of sick. A lot of legends in this format, huh? The Ring Bearer can die and just like give you another fucking attack phase with this thing. Yeah, I think this card's gonna fucking murder some people. There's some sack outlets too. have some control over it. Yeah, you can also deal the damage, and the creatures are still attacking. There's you can sacrifice them post damage, and they'll still trigger. Eomer of the Rittermark. 4 red, legendary creature, human Knight. Haste. Whenever Eomer attacks, if you control a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield, get a 1/1. That's a 5/4. Cool. I mean, a 5/4 is very likely to be the largest creature on the battlefield in this format. I think this card's good. I think you can first pick this card. Even though it's a 5-drop, even though it's a fucking stinky 5-drop, I think it's a good one. Erebor, Flamesmith. 1 red, 2/1. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh shit. Well, this card's way better than Orkish Bowmasters. That card is a 2 and a 1/1 that deals a damage. Here we have a 2 and a 2/1. No, this card's just okay. Meh! Erkenbrand, Lord of Westfold, 3 and a red for a 3/3. Legendary creature, human soldier, uncommon. When it or another human enters the battlefield you control, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how good this is. There's definitely a lot of humans in the set. Definitely not impossible to get that trigger, And there's some cards that spit out multiple humans, like I think this will be good in Boros, right? Seems like a Boros card. Could be solid there. I don't know if you're first picking it. I have no idea. Fall of Care Andros, 2 and a red enchantment. Whenever a creature an opponent controls is dealt excess non-combat damage. Excess non-combat. So you have to play like a fucking burn spell. Amass Orc's Axe, where X is the excess of damage. And then it has an 8 mana activated ability to deal 7 damage to a creature, thus triggering itself. Yeah. I'm gonna be so sad when I lose to this in fucking limited. I'm gonna be because you're just gonna sit there hopelessly as they like murder every creature you play and keep on amassing their orcs. It doesn't take that many abilities, right? And that many activations. You're like killing your opponent's best creature every turn while your orc army increases size. Really mean and limited. I mean, it's sort of mean and limited. It does cost 8, right? I think it's a slower format. I think this card will be good. But it's not gonna be good in every deck. It's not gonna be good in every matchup. It might just be too slow at points. It's kind of cool that it's like killing things and also a win condition. Some control decks are really gonna want that. Yeah, you have to make it to the late game for sure. Sure, better in sealed than draft. I think there'll be draft decks that can get away with it though, for sure. How good's the ramp in this format? Middling, but I think it's a slower format in general. We also haven't gotten to green yet, so I'm thinking like, okay, blue's got a ramp creature. Yeah. We'll see when we actually get to green. Fear Fire Foes. X red, sorcery. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Deals X damage to target creature and 1 damage to each other creature with the same controller. I think this is a solid limited card, You're likely just casting Disintegrate on a creature and then killing like one other Piddler. That's fine, it's limited. Like, Piddly value is still value. Fiery Inscription, 2 and a red enchantment. When enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Yeah, in a very specific deck, this will get some value, We do get 2 Gutter Snipes in this set, yeah. You're talking about the Flamesmith. Pair them together. I think Gutter Snipe is overall a better card because you have the 2/2 body to attack with, and like sometimes that connects. I mean, sometimes your spells are opening it up to connect. But the fact that your opponent can't kill your source of damage is also kind of fucked up sometimes. Fire of Orthanc. 3 in a red sorcery. Destroy target artifact or land. Creatures without flying can't block this turn. Sure. Oh, it's filler, but it can kill people, so. Foray of Orcs. 3 in a red sorcery. Mass Orcs 2. When you do, Foray of Orcs deals X damage to target creature opponent controls, where X is the massed army's power. Yeah, this card's fucking filthy. You should first pick this card, and you should play it. It's quite good. Gimli, counter of kills. 3 in a red for a legendary creature dwarf warrior. 4 mana for a 4/3 trample. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, Gimli deals 1 damage to that creature's controller. Sure. I mean, these are good limited stats. 4 mana for a 4/3 trample. I'm not sure how much the ping matters. I guess if your stuff's trading off. Gimli's Axe. The source of all of his power. 2 in a red. Artifact equipment. Equipped creature gives +3/+0. As long as equipped creature is legendary, it has menace. So even though Gimli is holding his axe in the picture, he doesn't have his axe. It's a misleading picture, I think. You assume that that's that you're getting the card there, right? You know, that's the thing. He should be axeless. It's his second axe. It's his other one. You think Ring Tempts You feels needlessly confusing? It confused me at first until I realized Ring Tempts You is like basically just a equipment hanging out there that levels up when you tempt and equips when you tempt. I'm like, oh, okay, no, that's a little more intuitive. Anyway, Gimli's Axe. Is it good? Yeah, I mean, for a common equipment, this is solid. Some solid abilities. Menace means that they have to block with 2 creatures, and the +3/+0 means you're gonna trade with those 2 creatures, so your 1 creature is just gonna like trade really well. Get some nice damage in. It is expensive. 3 mana to play, 2 to equip. It is expensive. I think it's worth it. I think it's fine. I'm into it. Gimli's Fury. 1 in a red instant. Target creature gets +3/+2 until end of turn. If it's legendary, it also gains trample. Oh ho! Yeah, there's some really good tricks in this set, and then this one's okay. Glow-in Dwarf Emissary. 2 in a red for a 3/3 legendary creature Dwarf Advisor. When you cast a historic spell, create a treasure token. So that includes legends, and there are a lot of legends in the set. And then you can sack a treasure to go target creature. Yeah, I think in this format, you can like first pick this card. It's not like some crazy bomb or whatever, but I think there's like enough there. You've got a first pickable. Trample tricks are so much better than ones that don't give trample. Yeah, but the other tricks that we've seen, I think, are actually better by nature of costing 1. The white +1/+3 and flying, untap it. I think it's doing more than this card for less. The black one that gives you a food while winning combat, also for 1 mana. Now, if it cost 1 mana, I'd be into it. I think that's the big, I think that's the deal breaker for me. I've cast many, what was that fucking... It was like +3/+2, and then if it was an artifact creature, it got trample. That card was kind of sick. Yeah, built to smash. Run Amok. Run Amok's also like +3/+3, right? And it does it to everything. This card's worse than Run Amok. I know that you weren't saying that Run Amok was the same card or whatever, but now I'm doing it. Oh, it's not exactly the same card. Yeah, I wasn't saying that, Caleb. What do you want about? Alright, Goblin Fire Leaper. 1 in a red for a 1/1. Goblin Warrior. 1 in a red. It gets +1 +0 until end of turn. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, this card's fine, right? Not like busted or anything, but not crazy to get value out of. Grishnak, Brash Instigator, 2 in a red for a 1/1. Legendary creature Goblin Soldier. Enters the battlefield, amass Orcs 2. Ooh, I dig it already. When you do until end of turn, gain control of target non-legendary creature an opponent controls with power less than or equal to the amassed Orc's power. Untap that creature, gains haste until end of turn. Yeah, this card's great, right? First pick it, slam it, boop, get it. Play with sack effects, play just to murder people, play with other amass Orcs. You know what to do. You know what to do. You're such a smart chat. Alright, Haradrim Spearmaster, 2 in a red for a 2/3. Reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +1 +0 until end of turn. Yeah, these abilities tend to be like a little bit better than they look. I think +1 +0 is piddly enough that it's like not that huge. It also can't pump itself to be a 3/3. This card's fine. It's filler, it's fine. Hue the Entwood, 3 red sorcery, sacrifice any number of lands. In. Deal. Playing this card, what's the rest say? Reveal the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of lands sacrificed this way. Okay, cool. Choose any number of artifact and or land cards revealed this way. Put all non-land cards chosen this way on the battlefield. Then put all lands on the battlefield tapped. And put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This card sucks! Ah, trash card! No longer in! Improvised Club, 1 in a red, instant. Wait, can you cheat like Blightsteals into play in Legacy? You have to have so many lands, though. Any number of artifact or lands this way. If you're only doing land ramp, you have like 5 lands. It's so bad. What a bad card. Card, you suck. You suck. Brainstorm X equals 1. Yeah, build a fucking show and tell with your fucking 5 mana sorcery. Sounds great. Improvised Club, 1 in a red, instant. Has an additional cost to cast this spell. Sacrifice an artifact or creature. Deals 4 damage to any target. Sure. Nice that you can sack food to this, right? There's a lot of food tokens lying around. And then if your creature's dying anyway, you can cash this in. Or if you have like a pacified creature. Nice that it goes face. This is gonna kill some people. You can't play infinite of them unless you're doing like a sacrifice deck. I mean, like, if you're trying to pair it with threaten effects or whatever, it gets a little better. You can play up to 3 pretty easy. But yeah, most decks aren't gonna want too many. Even though it is, you know, a good card. Marauder, red for a 1/1 double strike. Whenever a goblin or orc you control deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You need to play that card this turn. I think I dig it. I think I'm into it. There's other goblins and orcs. Something's gonna connect. Draw some cards. The stats aren't terrible. Double strike is a lot better with some pump, huh? Some pump action. Oliphant. 5 in a red for a 6/4. Creature elephant. Trample. Whenever it attacks another target creature you control, gets +2 +0 against trample until end of turn. Mountain cycling. So this card is not as good as the black creature is. Like, in terms of... like, it doesn't have the evasion that the black creature has. And then it doesn't pitch to grief. But living end decks do play mountains. They do actually play mountains for the mountain cycling. So that's kind of nice. Might show up there, huh? Does pitch to Fury? Yeah, I don't think Living End plays Fury, but maybe they could now, huh? Then it's got Trample. Trample's pretty decent. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it for sure. Lug High Crusher, 3 and a red for a 4/4 trample. Can't block unless you control a goblin or orc. Yeah, I think this card's solid. 4 mana for a 4/4 trample, can't block, would be like only good in like your really aggressive decks. But I think it's like not impossible to have a goblin or orc laying around. There's a lot of those. A lot of those in this format. Right, Demonic Tutors? Yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about that. We went a little deep on the, when we saw the black land cycler. Thinking about black builds of Living End. Maybe playing Blood Moons and stuff. Alright, Quarrel's End. 2 and a red for a sorcery. There's additional cost to play this spell. Discard a card. Draw 2 cards and create a 1/1 human. Is this card good? I can't tell. This card was fine when it like made a treasure, so I don't know why it would be bad if it made a 1/1, right? It's fine. This card's fine. Don't you fucking dare say this card's not fine. Look, they're hugging. This is the power of hugs. All right, Rally at the Hornburg. 1 and a red sorcery. Create 2 1/1 humans. Humans you control have haste until end of turn. I think this card's kind of sick. Like, making 2 1/1 hasters wouldn't be this, like, busted thing, but, like, sometimes you're gonna give something else haste. It's, like, kind of a fucked up raise the alarm hum. Good in creativity. Rally? Nah. Creativity already has like better ways of doing tokens. Creativity isn't even playing the crab token thing anymore, and that card's like way better than this. No, I think this is exciting, specifically if you might have other humans to give haste to. Smaller heroic reinforcements, yeah, more castable. Thinking turn 1 champion of the parish, turn 2 rally, attack for 5, that sort of thing. Or turn 3 champion plus rally, right? That sort of shit. Rangers Firebrand, 1 red sorcery. Rangers Firebrand deals 2 damage to any target. The ring tempts you. Now, if only this card pumped Tarmogoyf, huh? No, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. You can go phase 2. A sorcery. I don't think there's a constructed format for this card, but it is kind of cool. Probably draft it semi-high, huh? I mean, Chalk's always good. Relentless Rohirrim. 3 and a red for a 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Sweet. I dig it. So much tempting. Rising of the Day. 2 and a red for an enchantment. Creatures you control have haste. Legendary creatures you control get +1/+0. Yeah, this is some abilities. There's like enough legendary creatures in this format that that's not a crazy thing. But even if it's like 2/3 of your creatures get +1/+0 or whatever, and creatures you control have haste, is that still worth a card? I think I will play this card rarely, but that doesn't mean that it's like bad or not doing enough. It's just like not going to be what you need the majority of the time. Maybe that means it's bad. Fervor's like $6 right now. Yeah. So? What does that have to do with anything? Rohirrim Lancer. 1 red for a 1/1 menace. When it dies, the ring tempts you. EDH? I'm not talking about fucking EDH. I don't have an EDH list. I'm doing like a limited set review and I'm talking about formats that I know anything about. Where was I? We got 1 mana, 1/1s with menace. When it dies, the ring tempts you. Is that any good? Is that a good 1-drop? Some of these like piddly things are hard to evaluate. Maybe it's fine if you like want stuff to put equipment on. I think most of the time I'm not playing this card. Might be good to make a ring bearer. That's true. 1 mana menace. If you just like want a cheap creature to make a ring bearer super early on, maybe that is good. Menace is a type of evasion. And then they need to have like 2 1-powered creatures to block it, right? If it's ring bearing, and you can make it a ring bearer as early as turn 2. Yeah, maybe that's good actually. Rush the Room, red instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. If it's a goblin or orc, it also gains haste until end of turn. Yeah. Hey, Pickledorp thinks it's 76 months there. Yeah, I don't think the haste is going to matter very much. It's mostly just +1/+0 and first strike, which is fine. That's a fine trick. Not very exciting. Very fillerish. Smite the Deathless. 1 in a red instant. Deals 3 damage to target creature. Hey, a good card. That creature loses indestructible until end of turn. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Sweet. Hey, you can first pick that card, huh? Spiteful Banditry. X red enchantment mythic. Enters battlefield, deals X damage to each creature. Whenever 1 or more creatures your opponents control die, you create a treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah, I mean, this card's good, right? It's a sweeper. Sweeper in red. Does red sweeper in red things. Not a modern card. Not a legacy card. But a good limited card. Swarming of Moria. 2 in a red sorcery. Create a treasure token. Amass Orcs 2. Is that card good? So it's like a red. You're like filtering, ramping a little bit. You get a Lotus Petal and a 2/2. Is Lotus Petal and a 2/2 worth 3 mana? Yeah. You can see I'm very convinced. I'm very, I'm very excited about this card. I guess it's okay. Good with the bats. Yeah, there's a few cards that are good with the bats. Yeah, it seems fine. I agree. There and back again. Well, that's a good title for a saga. 3 red. 1 up to 1 target creature can't block for as long as you control. There and back again. The ring tempts you. Sure. 2, you search your library for a mountain card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Yeah. At least it's not coming into play tapped. Jesus. And then finally you get Smog, a legendary 6/6 red dragon creature token with flying haste, and when this creature dies, create 14 treasure tokens. Alright, Smog makes up for the rest of it. Not very excited about 1. Not thrilled about 2. Give me that Smog dragon. And then, of course, the reason you're getting 14 treasure tokens specifically is because there were like 13 dwarves traveling with Bilbo, right? And then Bilbo got to share the treasure. Right, great magic card. Because you're always going to get this rare and limited, right? Anyway, good limited card, eventually. Warbeast of Gargaroth. 4 in red for a 5/4. Whenever the Warbeast or another creature you control power 4 or greater dies, amass Orcs 2. Sure. So like when your 4/4 orcs die, then they'll like create a 2/2 in their wake. That's kind of sick, actually. I think this card might produce. It sort of reminds me, it's like a worse version of that blue uncommon. Saruman the white. I'll look at that one again. Maybe you play your second spell, yeah. Weirdly, I think the Amass Orcs 2 trigger on this like might be easier to have accomplished. I mean, just by itself, it's gonna like trade with something, right? They can't just take 5 every turn. But I think both are like unlikely to get triggered more than a few times per game. I thought Saruman the white looked solid, so this card must also be solid, right? Do you buy that logic? Do you buy it? It's common. Imagine 2 war beasts. I don't know if I can. I don't have the mental. I don't have the imagination power to picture 2 war beasts. Having 2 with the sack outlet. Ooh. Yeah, there's some reasonable sack outlets in the format too. Infinite Orc Army. Is there a free sack outlet? I don't think there's a free one. There was like the black 5-drop that like pay a mana to sack something, draw a card. I think it was like one of the more interesting sack outlets we saw, right? Just get those 3 5-drops in play. Have I pictured 3? All right, I need to take my scheduled break now. When I come back, we'll do green, and then I'll take one more break, and then we'll do golden artifacts. Yeah, that's not that bad. I think we can do all of those in one swing. There's a sizable number of gold stuff, but it's not like really much more than a regular color, and then artifacts and lands are pretty short. Cool. God, we're making such good time. I think I did red in like half an hour. I was talking fast. Gotta finish tonight. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. The green cards. Bag End Porter. What you porting, Bag End Porter? 3 green for a 4/4. Whenever it attacks, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. So it seems very easy if this format a 4/4 to attack as a 5/5 or a 6/6, and not crazy for it to attack for more than that in this format. A lot of legends. And then, of course, it could even be the Ring Bearer, huh? It could even pump itself. Bombadil's Song. Ooh. Exciting premise for a card. When in a green instant, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. The ring tempts you. Huh. I guess I don't understand why the ring tempts you is on this card specifically. Right, exactly, Genixai. He was like famously immune to the ring. Instant tempting is nice. Why is instant tempting nice? You're not the first person that said that. Why is that a relevant thing to do at instant speed? First mode, irrelevant. Second mode, irrelevant. Well, you want to do it before these things, so you kind of want to do it as a sorcery anyway, right? You want to do it before it's blocked. This is a triggered ability. You want to do it before the blocker's step. Again, sorcery speed. This is literally the only mode where it being instant speed could benefit, and your opponent could like decide not to block it, and then this maybe deals them 3 more damage than they're expecting. To change your ring bearer post blocks. Alright, that's valid. Opponent like points a removal spell at your ring bearer, and you switch it over to something else. Anyway. Yeah, not a bad little trick. Brandywine Farmer, 2 to green for a 1/1. When enters or leaves the battlefield, create a food token. Alright, I know there's like uses for food in this format. This card still seems a little weak to me. Like, white has a 3-mana 2/3. Then when it comes into play, it creates a food token. And then target creature gets +1/+1 for each food token you control. Also at common. just for comparison. Just for comparison's sake here. Seems a little garbs. Celeborn the Wise. 3 green, legendary creature, elf noble. 3/3. Whenever you attack with one or more elves, scry 1. Whenever you scry, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. For each card looked at while scrying this way. God, if your deck is empty, then it's not pumping. Just imagining that coming up and being destroyed by it. You're like on the final turn before you deck, you're like, I have just enough damage. And then your Celeborn stays at 3/3. This card's like okay, right? I feel like it doesn't excite me as much as like the white uncommons that have like actual value attached. There's a lot of scry in this format. There is a lot of scry in this format. That's valid. But if it's like just pumping itself, like this Bag-End Porter common, there's a lot of legends in this format too. Do you think Celeborn's gonna be more than a 7/7? You're right that it doesn't need to attack itself, but green's the only color with elves, right? A good way to trigger your scry payoffs. I hate to break it to you, Fearburger. I think this is the scry payoff. We've seen like 2 other cards. One is like a flashback draw spell. Elrond was blue. I missed some blue elves. My apologies. The blue's very scry-y, huh? So this is the blue-green card. Alright, I might be underrating Celeborn. Chance Met Elves. 2 and green for a 3/2. Whenever you scry, put a 1/1 counter on it. This ability triggers only once each turn. Well, that seems kind of sweet, huh? Like, triggering at once and getting a 4/3 isn't that big a deal, but the difference between a 3/2 and a 5/4 is huge. Just a different class of... No, it's like you built your own 5-drop, right? Delighted Halfling. 1 mana for a 1/2. Tap, add 1 colorless. Or you can add 1 mana of any color and spend this mana only to cast a legendary spell. And that spell can't be countered. So this is one that people think is going to see some play, huh? Probably not vintage, right? It's cool that it's a 1/2, so you can actually consider it for modern. Because Red and 6 makes 1/1s pretty bad. Does Legacy play dorks? Legacy plays a few dorks. And, like sometimes people try Naya decks and stuff. This one, casting uncounterable to fairies is the exciting thing. What actual deck do we think would play it? Most decks that are playing Teferi would want to play this card. Uncountable Teferi is fucked up. Uncounterable Narset is also sweet. Correct, it does not say legendary creature. Yeah. Yeah. Uncountable Omnath, yeah. I don't think it's a vintage card. I could be wrong. Vintage players could know better than me, but I don't think it's a vintage card. I feel like the decks playing Planeswalkers in vintage can't get away with playing dorks as easily. There's some like Deathrite Shaman decks. We're gonna look at the vintage meta real quick. It is a vintage cube card, sure. Fits with Oko well? It does, yeah. Does Bug midrange play any fucking Planeswalkers? There's Leovold. Leovold and Oko. I guess that's something. You are competing with Deathrite Shaman, though. I don't think Planeswalker Control wants to play critters. No, I do. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I'll do vintage with a question mark, because I'm less convinced. Or we'll do vintage minus. I think that's better. Alright, Dunedin Rangers, 3 and a green. Oh, not a limited card. Delighted Halfling. It's kind of just okay and limited. The exciting part about that card is the second ability, right? Alright, Dunedin Rangers, 3 and a green for a 4/4 landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, if you don't control a ring bearer, the ring tempts you. Card's fine, right? Just ensuring that you always have a ring bearer is kind of sweet, actually. In case it dies or what have you. Yeah, maybe that card's actively good. Elven Chorus, 3 and a green enchantment. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Is this enough things? Is this enough things for limited? I don't know. Doesn't really impact the board, but maybe it lets you double spell. Yeah, I kind of like this in blue-green, where you're trying to double spell. Cube? Yeah, some cubes might want it. Not vintage cube, but there are lower powered cubes where it'd be interesting. Elven Farsight. 1 green, scry 3. Then you may reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, draw a card. I think this is a good limited card. Scry 3 means that if you want to draw a land, you don't have to like bid the land for value. You can like put a creature on top and then tuck the land beneath it. You're likely to see a creature going 4 cards deep too, right? In limited. You had like 14 creatures in your deck. Scry 3. Does anyone want to run the numbers on that? If you have like a math command that fucking not constructed playable, yeah, I'm not considering it for constructed. So odds, number of cards in deck. This is 73%. %. We're rounding up, friend. That's a 0.6 there. Grossly misleading. All right. Is 74% good, actually? It's kind of like minimum, huh? It is possible to hit a creature that's 4 down in theory, yeah. A lot of the times you're gonna want to keep some like good spell on top though, right? I don't think you can in good conscience call it a 4. A little better with scry matters. Yeah, sort of. I mean, blue-green wants to do some scrying. What happens if you go up to like 16 creatures? Yeah, interesting, So you definitely want to be on the higher end for creatures. It's a little bit less good than I thought. I thought you'd be like basically hitting it. But 75 to 80% of the time is not really that. Scry to guarantee the setup. It's not really worth it if that's the case, Binfeldorf. If you have to scry first to set up a creature so that your card actually cantrips, it's like not really worth the card. Like imagine if Serum Visions only drew a card if you'd played another scry beforehand, right? Or if Serum Visions only drew a card 80% of the time. Like the more hoops you put through for your cantrip, basically any hoops. Basically any hoops at all, it's like no longer a useful cantrip. Yeah, I'm not sure this card's actually good. Scry 3 is a lot. Scry 3 is a lot of scry. Still not a cantrip. Not a cantrip till you get to draw the card. If it says Scry 59, this card would be fucking nuts. Or even if it says Scry 4. Anyway, I might be off it. Enraged Whirn. Even if you're doing Scry Matters stuff, you never want to be in a spot where you scry and then, or like just are spending a spell just to scry. That's never going to be a good card. And I know you're drawing a card most of the time with this, but the times it bricks are going to feel so bad. Enraged Twern. 4 and a green, 4/5. Trample. When enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Sure. Sure, why not? Not an early pick. Not an especially juicy 5-drop, but not the worst, huh? Not the worst card ever. Entish Restoration. 2 and a green for an instant. Sack a land. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Put them onto the battlefield. Tapped. Tapped! It's not a hero. They come to play tapped. Then shuffle. You control a creature with power 4 or greater. Instead, search your library for up to 3 basic land cards. Put them on the battlefield. Tapped and then shuffle. Yeah, this card's sweet, huh? I'm into it. That's a lot of thinning. A lot of ramp. This card makes the that red enchantment that nukes things for 8 mana look a lot better, huh? Good enough for Amulet? Nah, Amulet doesn't want to play all these fucking basics. Pinfeldorf. Tense Fury, 1 and a green sorcery. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control if its power is 4 or greater. And then creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And fights target creature you don't control. Okay, so this will always do the +1/+1 until end of turn and fight something. And then if the power is 4 or greater already, you can also put a 1/1 counter on it. So the ordering on that matters, right? Because they don't want your 3/3 to get a 1/1 counter. Gotta be a 4-power creature. I mean, it's fine. It's not like the best fight card we've seen recently, but it's fine. You can pick it early. Your green decks are gonna want it. Maybe not green-black. Fall of Gil-galad. Hey, much love to you too, NJG. Thanks for the sub. 1 in a green saga. 1 is scry 2. 2 is put 2/1 counter as a target creature you control. Well, those are both great. And then 3 until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, draw 2 cards. Then that creature fights up to 1 other target creature. Yeah, this card rules. Not a constructed card, but it's good. Yeah, first pick it. Get it in your deck. Kill things, draw cards. 3 good abilities. A lot of sagas in this format don't have 3 good abilities. This one does. Fangorn Tree Shepherd. 7 mana, 4 triple green. Legendary creature Tree Folk, 4/10. Tree Folk you control have Vigilance. Whenever 1 or more Tree Folk you control attack, add twice that much green. So I think this means if you attack with just it, then you're getting 2 green. If you attack with 2 Tree Folk, you get 4 green, that sort of thing. You're doing Tree Folk Tribal and your 7-drop is ramping you for some reason. You don't lose unspent green mana as steps and phases end. Cool, thanks. This is, in Limited, this is a 7 mana 4/10, and in Constructed, this is unplayable. So, same thing, I guess. Galadrim Bow, 2 and a green, artifact equipment, flash. When it enters the battlefield, attach a target creature you control, untap that creature. Equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has reach. Equip 2. I guess this isn't bad, huh? For common equipment, it's okay. I think this is the sort of card that I'm going to play like a little bit less than I should. But it seems totally solid. Often a 3 mana plummet. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about often. Sometimes. Yeah, ideally. Yeah, that's the ceiling, right? Galadrim Guide. 3 and a green for a 3/4. When enters the battlefield, scry 2. Sure, I guess. I gotta say, I've seen better 4-drops in this format. Not that it's terrible or anything. Generous Ent. 5 and a green for a 5/7. Creature Tree Folk reach. When Generous Ent enters the battlefield, create a food token for cycling 1. Maybe another creature for living end. Hey, hey. Yeah, I like that the land cyclers make Living End a little bit better against Blood Boon. Potentially good with Blood Boon. I guess the blue one's not a Living End card. Yeah, they are already playing Endurance in that deck, certainly matters. Cool. In this limited format, I think this card's a little bit better than the white one. A little bit worse than the black one. About as good as the red one, I think. I don't know. They're kind of hard to evaluate. Stacked up like that. But it's good. It's a good limited card, pretty clearly. Nothing insane. Gift of Strands. 3 and a green, enchantment aura. Flash, enchant creature. When Gift of Strands enters the battlefield, scry 2. Enchanted creature gets +3/+3. Yeah. I mean, auras generally aren't that good because you can get blown up by a removal spell, but at least when they have flash, you can like get someone as a combat track Then if you eat a creature in combat and then they play a pacifism on your creature or whatever, at least it's a 2 for 2 instead of a 2 for 1. Gift of Hair, yeah. I only wanted 1 hair. She gave me 3. Just fucking making it rain hair up in this. Glorfindel, Dauntless Rescuer. 2 and a green for a 3/2. Elf Noble. Whenever you scry, choose 1 and Glorfindel. What? Oh, the choose 1 is the abilities coming later. Okay. You know how I would word this? I would say whenever you scry, Glorfindel gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Choose 1. You know what I mean? And choose 1. It wouldn't even need an and. It could literally just be a new sentence. Choose 1. It would be intuitive. And would work as well. It wouldn't matter. Just so long as choose 1 is before the actual choices. Right? Why would you do it like this? It's just like gonna trip people up. Anyway. Must be blocked this turn if able, or can't be blocked by more than 1 creature each combat this turn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to evaluate this. Must be blocked this turn if able. I guess these abilities synergize nicely if you scribe multiple times in a turn. Make sure it can like eat whatever's blocking it, and that it doesn't get ganged up on. Yeah, right, B-Delm. Like, it's not actually that different from fucking Celeborn. People are like, there's so much scry, Celeborn's gonna be so big. And like, you can apply that to Glorfindel, who's not pumping itself like Celeborn is. But it makes it look a little bit better. Yeah, hard to judge. If you get it, like if you get multiple of these scry enabler and payoff things together, they might look really good next to each other. And they might just be like trash on their own, Makes it hard to rate it as like a 1st through 15th pick. Last March of the Ents. 6 green sorcery, can't be countered. Draw cards equal to the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Then put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Oh man. So it's like an uncounterable Tooth and Nail? Tooth and Nail was 9 mana entwined, right? This is only 8 mana. And it can't be countered. It's so good with the 4/10? Yeah, okay. This needs a creature in play. It needs a creature in play to draw cards. It does not need a creature in play to put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Play with the 017 crab. Yeah. Now that's against the odds in the fucking cooking, What are the odds that Seth makes a fucking video about this card? I don't know. Maybe Omnath gets you to this mana kind of easy. Like you untap with Omnath and play a fetch, you're just there, right? I don't know what creatures you're cheating in then. Just put some Solitudes into play. Call that good. Hey Takumi, thanks for 38 months. Thanks for always being a dude. Yeah, my whole life, Takumi. Thinking constructed? I am. Mythics aren't like super necessary to talk about for limited. Like in limited, you're not really getting much benefit off the cheat because it's already at the top of your curve, you know? There's no Emrakuls in this limited format. You'll mortgage a house to take the bet that Seth will make this video. I bet I could pay Seth less than your house to make him not make a video of it. I might take your bet here. How much can you mortgage the house for? There's other cards Seth can make a video out of. Like, it can't be that expensive to pay him to not make a video about a card. Legolas, Master Archer. 1 green for a 1/4, legendary creature Elf Archer, reach. Whenever you cast a spell that targets Legolas, put a 1/1 counter on Legolas. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you don't control, it deals damage equal to its power up to 1 target creature. Okay. This card's sick, right? Yeah, good old Legoland. At the end of a long game, this thing could even take down an Oliphant. How's it work with the fight spell? Like how you'd expect. Legolas would get a 1/1 counter. Legolas would ping something. And Legolas would fight something. I like the long list of the Ents here. What a card, huh? What a fucking genius idea for a card. Yeah, Legolas, not a constructed card, but you can first pick it in limited and, you know, it'll do good things. Play spells that target it, obviously. Long List of the Ents. 1 green saga. It goes all the way up to 6. Note a creature type that hasn't been noted for the Long List of the Ents. When you cast your next creature spell of that type, this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Beautiful. Magnificent. This card is awesome, yeah. You're like, at best, getting... I mean, you're not going to get 6 counters out of this, right? That's a pipe dream. That'd be crazy talk. You're probably going to get like 3 or 4 1/1 counters. That's probably worth a mana, huh? Is that worth a card? Yeah, probably. It is only 1 mana, yeah. But it's a really atrocious top deck. You have to like, you can't just like think about it on the good side of that, right? Horrific top deck. Anyway, card's genius, but probably not actually that good. Lothlorien Lookout, 1 green for a 1/3. Whenever it attacks, scry 1. Sure. It's a fine ability for a 2-mana 1/3. Many Partings. Green sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put in your hand, then shuffle. Create a food token. Yeah, Lay of the Land that generates a food token is actually kind of sick, huh? The last time a Lay of the Land did a set mechanic, didn't it get banned? Wasn't it the energy one that made like 2 energy? Didn't it get banned that standard season? Have we had a Lay of the Land plus set mechanic since? Is this a creativity card? I don't think so. You have to get a basic. Creativity only wants to play mountains, so you're like searching for a mountain. Attune is fine in modern. Yeah, I understand that Attune's fine in modern, friend. I'm not saying this card's too good for modern. It's probably great though. We're talking about limited primarily here. Bushwhack? Was Bushwhack the set mechanic? It was like Lay of the Land or fight something. You weren't getting both. You weren't getting both things. Yeah, having to choose between is so much worse. That's not value. Meriadoc Brandybuck. 1 in a green, 2/2. Legendary creature, halfling citizen. Whenever 1 or more halflings you control attack a player, create a food token. Wow. She they sure do like some violence, huh? Fucking pouring the tea here. At least it's an attack trigger, not on hit like that one orc. And it's a cheap legend. Card's fine, right? Mirkwood Speedor. 1 green for a 1/1 Death Touch. When it attacks, target legendary creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Yeah, 1 mana 1/1 Death Touches are usually fine and limited. And this one does something else sometimes. Sure. Whenever Mirror Guardian dies, the ring tempts you. It's a 3-mana 4/2. So you're probably getting that ring tempts you value, because 3-mana 4/2s die super easy. And if they don't die, that's because the opponent's dead. That's okay. I mean, it's filler. I think it's better than the red filler card we saw. Mushroom Watchdogs. 1 and a green for a 2/2. Sacrifice a food, put a 1/1 counter on Mushroom Watchdogs. Gains vigilance until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, there's a lot of food production in this format, so this card might rule, huh? White green food beats. And Peregrine Took. 2 and a green for a 2/3. Legendary creature, Halfling Citizen. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus an additional food token are created instead. Great with bat. Yeah, everything's great with bat. Sacrifice 3 foods, draw a card. Ooh. Peregrine's the enabler and the payoff. I'm gonna make so much fucking food with this halfling. Good shit. Pippin's Bravery. 1 green, instant. You may sack a food. If you do, target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Otherwise, that creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Huh. Well, I'm not sacking food. I guess this is fine, huh? When you don't really want to sack food, but you can if you need to. If it's lethal. Yeah, I think I'm gonna draft a lot of the Food Matters deck. It seems like my kind of thing. Quick Beam, Upstart Ent. 4 green for a 5/6. Legendary creature, Tree Folk. Whenever Quick Beam, Upstart Ent, or another Tree Folk enters the battlefield under your control, up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 and gain trample until end of turn. Yeah, Tree Folk Tribal doing the thing. I think 6 mana is a little heavy for this format, but maybe it's slow enough for it, huh? It's certainly doing good things, doing good Tree Folky things. Radagast the Brown, 2 green for a 2/5 legendary creature wizard. Whenever Radagast or another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is that creature's mana value. Radagast, I'm gonna look at 4 cards. Base here, coming into play. You may reveal a creature card that doesn't share a creature type with a creature you control from among those cards. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So when you play Radagast, if it's your only creature in play, you can impulse. You can look at the top 4 cards of your library and grab a creature that's not an avatar or wizard, put it into your hand. And then each creature you play afterward is going to keep impulsing. It does get worse in Constructed, of course. We're going to have creatures, more creature type overlap, I think. I mean, it is kind of a tribal format. Yeah, I actually don't know if this is worse in Constructed or Limited. It's certainly not bad in Limited. Even if you're only getting some value out of him, even though there's like tribal things going on in the format, and I think you're gonna draw some cards. And 4 mana for a 2/5 is like not the worst base. I don't think this card is like you open it, pack 1, pick 1, and you're forcing green. I don't think it's that kind of card. But I think it's a card that you're happy to run if you are in green. It's not like an embarrassing early pick either. Revive the Shire. 1 in a green sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Create a food. Yeah, sure. Raise Dead plus set mechanic. Let's go. The ring goes south. 3 and a green for a sorcery. Rare. The ring tempts you. Then reveal cards from the top of your library into revealed X land cards. Where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. Put those land cards onto the battlefield tapped. And the rest of the bottom of your library in random order. So you're always going to be getting at least one land here. Because the ring tempts you, gives you a legend. In this limited format, it seems super easy to have like 3+ legends, though. This could be like kind of a weirdly powerful card, even if you're just putting lands into play. If you have a creature, right. Yeah, if you cast it on an empty board, you're not going to do anything. You do need at least one creature. How many lands does this have to get to be really good? I mean, it's iffy, right? Because, like, if it's getting you 3, 4+ lands, then you're kind of past the stage that ramp matters. It really depends on what you're ramping into.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
It's also, like, not really thinning unless you shuffle again afterwards, because the cards are going on the bottom of your library. Nice, BDL. Thanks for sharing.
Remember all the happy times we had?
Anyway, shortcut to mushrooms. 1 green, enchantment. When shortcut the mushrooms enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Maybe your end step, if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Huh. I don't know if this is worth a card. Shortcut to mushrooms. It feels not quite worth a card to me, even in a slower format. If these abilities were stapled to like a 4-mana 3/3, I think I'd be into it. But they're not. It's like a standalone enchantment. The value is nebulous. Food's a permanent? Sure. So you can spend the mana and crack your food, and then at the end of your turn, you get a 1/1 counter. Oh boy. This is my excited face.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
So compare that to like the 1 green enchantment that would like landfall, put a 1/1 counter on something. And that card wasn't always good, and you could get the 1/1 counter before you attacked. You know what I mean? The fact that you can only you only get the 1/1 counter on end of turn, and you're only doing it once per turn, and it's only your end step, so you can't like crack a food on your turn and crack a food on the opponent's turn. I don't think this card's worth a card, friend. Shower of Arrows. 2 green instant. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Scry 1. Yeah. I mean, it's a saga format, but I don't think there's a ton of artifacts. I think, unless you're just extremely weak to flyers, I think this is starting in the sideboard. There are formats where you would main deck this card, but I don't think sagas are enough. I don't think that's enough enchantment stuff to be main decking it. Not enough bombs in the format. Solid sideboard card, though, huh? A lot of bonkers equipment. I saw like 3 quasi-playable equipment, Helior. I don't know what site review you were listening to, but no, I have not gotten that impression. Maybe they're all gold equipment. Well, then you're asking me a question that I wouldn't know the answer to, Helior. Come on. We can reassess if we see like a shitload of good equipment or whatever. Stew the conies. 2 and a green. All kinds of food to hit. Yeah. Think of the food, Caleb. Alright, stew the conies. 2 and a green. Instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Create a food token. Yeah, this card's good. You can first pick this card. I'm into it. Bo's Pathfinder. 1 and a green for a 1/1 human shaman. Taps to add 1 mana of any color. Hey, a mana dork at common. Mana dork that fixes it common. Quirion Elves, eat your heart out, huh? 6 and a green tap, another target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. Yeah, this card's good. Some nice acceleration, some nice fixing. Alright. Generally, when I do my set reviews, I try and take a break in between each color so my throat doesn't get sore. And that includes the gold cards. This time, I will also be doing that. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. The gold cards! This section, just like this whole set review, is golden. Aragorn, company leader. We got 3 mana, 3/3. Solid stats, 1 green, white. One of the ring tempts you if you choose a creature other than Aragorn. Put your choice of a counter among First Strike, Vigilance, Death Touch, and Lifelink on Aragorn. When you put one or more counters on Aragorn, put one of each of those kinds of counters on up to one other target creature. So Aragorn's a good creature just to like load up with 1/1 counters and stuff too, even aside from its own abilities that are synergistic. Yeah, this card's fucked up. Aragorn is a card that, like, if it came out 5 years ago, I'd be trying to make him work in Modern. And I'd be, like, semi-successful. But I don't think you can try and do something like this in the Solitude Fury land that we live in today. Right, exactly. Hardened Scales 5 years ago. I mean, my original Hardened Scales lists would have loved this thing. Is Value Cocoa a good strategy anywhere? It is in Pioneer. You can still play Bant Spirits in Pioneer, I think. And then there's the Angels deck, Green-White Angels, in Historic and Pioneer. You can still value Cocoa in some places. I haven't seen one in Modern in a bit, though, Cocoa. It is still good in Historic and Pioneer, though, Cocoa. Anyway, Aragorn the Uniter. Some fucking Omnath mana here. 4 mana, non-black. Legendary creature, 5/5. Whenever you cast a white spell, get a 1/1 human token. Whenever you cast a blue spell, scry 2. Whenever you cast a red spell, Aragorn deals 3 damage to target opponent. Whenever you cast a green spell, target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, it's like a busted limited card if you can play it and use the abilities and stuff. Seems a lot harder to make work than the green-white card next to it, if you were to compare them. Harder to cast and all that. I don't think you can play this card in Modern. You just need to, like, do too much for it to be good enough. Arwen, Mortal Queen. 1 green-white for a 2/2 legendary creature Elf Noble. Enters the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. 1, remove an indestructible counter from Arwen. Another target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Put a 1/1 counter and a lifelink counter on that creature, and a 1/1 counter and a lifelink counter on Arwen. Kind of flavorful here, Yeah, but this card's nuts. Again, would have been good in Modern 5+ years ago. almost interesting for Devoted Druid, huh? Almost. Yeah, I think we just have a good limited card. A great limited card. Arwen Undamiel. Green, blue, 2/2. Legendary creature, Elf Noble. Whenever you scry, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. 6 mana scries. I mean, this card's good even without the 6 mana scry thing, right? This is a hell of a scry payoff. Hey, Wintermute, thanks for the 15 months there. Appreciate you. Cool, Soul Herder. Or Arwen? Yeah. I mean, when's the last time someone cast a Soul Herder in Modern? This year. We got some this year. We got like half a page. It's sort of a thing. This one's even playing Arcades. Bant walls. Oh my god. More than I was expecting. I haven't seen Soul Herder in a bit. Oh yeah, European date format. That's Gab's pet deck. I gotcha. There's a little influence on the meta there. That's not just Gab though. That's like other people's playing his deck. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, Arwen Undamiel is fucking nuts. Pack one, pick one, like, build around. Like, I don't mind committing to 2 colors when the payoff's that good. And then, like, if it's not open, it's not open, it doesn't work. Not the end of the world. But the payoff's worth the risk there. Alright, the Balrog, Durin's Bane, 5. Swamp, Mountain, Legendary Creature, Avatar, Demon, 7/5. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent sacrificed this turn. Haste. The Balrog can't be blocked except by legendary creatures. When the Balrog dies, destroy target artifact or creature an opponent controls. Yeah, this card's fucking sweet. I'm into it. Bob the Dog's Nassif? Right, but there's a bunch of other Bant Wall players that are not just Bob the Dog, right? There are a few other in there. Ueda, Hikaru, Merrick Bien. Anyway. Sean Beardsley. You can do this on turn 2 with brought back. Huh? The Balrog? For each permanent sack this turn. So you're just like sacrificing 2 fetches and then playing brought back. That's gonna be -4. It's still gonna cost 3. I don't think brought back quite does it. Treasure does count for 2. Anyway, kind of a sweet card. Not quite constructed good, even with treasure, making it much cheaper. Obvious limited bomb is obvious. Bilbo, Retired Burglar. 1 blue-red for a 1/3 legendary creature. When Bilbo enters or leaves the battlefield, the ring tempts you. When Bilbo deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure. Sweet. Yeah, it makes sense that Bilbo would play well with as the ring bearer, I like this card. I'm into it. Butterbur, Bree Innkeeper. 2 green, white, 3/3. Legendary creature, human peasant. At the beginning of your end step. If you don't control a food, create a food. Huh. I think this card's kind of bad. Like it's costed like it's good, and you're like, oh, value, great. There's so many things that spit out food, though. And there's things that, like, reward you for having an army of food. I guess it pairs well with the Moss Dogs, where you sacrifice a food to get a 1/1 counter. Or maybe or Peregrine Took is like sacking a bunch of food. He needs 3 foods, but with this one, it would be making 2 food. Then you just need 1 more food to sack and draw more. Yeah, maybe I'm underestimating Innkeeper. In green-white, though, white has some payoffs for having like a shitload of food in play. And then green has the sacrifice food things. I think Butterbur is fitting better in like a heavier green food deck. Denethor, Ruling Steward. You think it's an 8+ pick? I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's like a reason to go into green-white, but I think green-white wants to be food-based pretty often. I think if you just like have the a copy of the dog or 2, then I think you just like snap this thing up when you see it. That's what I think. Denethor, Ruling Steward. 1 white, black. Legendary creature, 2/4. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, get a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. See, it's good to be in control and have your things die. That's how you get more things. 2 mana, sack another creature. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So I think this format's going to be kind of slow and dirty. And I think these are good abilities for that. They point a removal spell at one of your things. You sack it, drain them, make it 1/1, whatever. Solid set of abilities. Nothing nutty, nothing busted, but it'll work. It'll drain people out sometimes. That piddly shit adds up. Doors of Durin. 3 red, white, legendary artifact. 5 mana. Whenever you attack, scry 2. Then you may reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it on the battlefield tapped and attacking. Till your next turn. It gains trample. If you control a dwarf and hexproof, if you control an elf. Okay. So you want to have an elf and dwarf in play for the creature you get trample and hexproof. I don't know how much that matters in comparison to just like hitting a creature. 5 mana is so much goddamn mana. I don't think this card's good. This card's bad. Don't draft this card. Elrond, Master of Healings. 2 green, blue, 4/4. Legendary creature, Elf Noble. Whenever you scry, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to X target creatures, where X is the number of cards looked at while scrying this way. Okay, so you scry 2, you get to spread 2 1/1 counters.
They talk about another kind of word.
To 2 different creatures. Whenever you're a creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Sure. I mean, this is another pack 1, pick 1, right? I said the fucking uncommon was first pickable. Arwen. And this is like a juiced up rare version, so obviously I'm gonna be first picking this too.
Well, there goes nothing.
Eowyn, Fearless Knight. 2 red, white, 3/4, haste. Those are some good stats, huh? When Eowyn enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls with greater power. Legendary creatures you control gain protection from each of that creature's colors until end of turn. Wait, what? So it just permanently exiles the opponent's creature. If you kill the Eowyn, you don't get it back. That's fucking sick. It does have to be greater power. Which is a little bit of a limit, but like, I think in limited, your opponent's gonna get a 4x at some point. This card's gonna be nutty. If the ability was less restrictive, this would like borderline be interesting in other formats. Like, this is a spot where fucking bouncing your own EO in with Caracas in Legacy is like almost cute. There's just not enough targets. There's just not enough things to exile in Legacy, I don't think. Right? It's so close, yeah. Maybe if she was like a 3-mana 1/1.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, L Dooley Toss thinks the Sob thinks of 24 months, the 2 years. I mean, she wouldn't be Palace Jailer. Monarchy is like a lot of that card, right? Faramir, Prince of Ithilien, 2 white, blue, legendary creature, human, noble, 3/3. Beginning of your end step, choose an opponent. Beginning of that player's next end step, you draw a card if they didn't attack you that turn. Oh god. We like remembering things, right? So the beginning of my end step, I need to remember to choose you. And the beginning of that player's next end step, you draw a card if they didn't attack. And then otherwise we get tokens because you did attack. Anyway. I guess I'm glad I don't play multiplayer formats that often. And the tokens don't even enter the battlefield tapped? So you're like making 3/1/1s on your opponent's end of turn? What a weird fucking card. I kinda hate it. It's good, but I kinda hate it. It's clearly designed for Commander. I'm going to be playing it in Limited, however. Moto will remember for me. That's true. That's true. As will Arena. It's still like a lot. It's still a lot going on. Flame of Anor. 1 blue, red, instant. Choose 1. If you control a wizard as you cast a spell, you may choose 2 instead. Target player draws 2 cards. Destroy target artifact. Deals 5 damage to target creature. Yeah, this card's good, right? I think this card's like obviously good enough for the Wizards deck in Historic. I don't know. I guess that deck has EI, but maybe you don't play 4 of this card. Maybe you only play like 1 or 2. But it's great, right? Draw 2 cards, deal 5 damage to a creature. That's got to be good enough. It's got to be. And destroying artifacts comes up in Historic as well. It's not like a worthless ability. Almost there for Modern? It is almost there for Modern. I'd play this in Modern, I think. Wizards isn't really a thing in Modern, but I mean, how many wizards do you fucking need? Just Snapcaster. Ah yes, modern staple from 5 years ago, Snapcaster Mage. Friendly Rivalry. Red-green instant, target creature you control and up to 1 other target legendary creature you control each deal damage equal to their power to target creature you don't control. Sure. A little awkward that it's multicolored, but if you're in red-green anyway, then you can play your green removal spell that has a red mana in it for some reason. Frodo Baggins. 1 green, 1 white, 1/3. Whenever Frodo or another legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, the ring tempts you. As long as Frodo is your ring bearer, it must be blocked if able. This is very detailed art. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I see wild stuff. Okay. So as long as Frodo's your ring bearer, it must be blocked to Babel. I guess that gets good when it starts to like kill things when it's blocked or whatever. I think it's like the third one. Blocked by a creature. That creature's controller sacks at it end of combat. Yeah. Reasonable there. How is Frodo uncommon? Well, if you look at the little set symbol here, if it's silver, that means that it's uncommon. So if it was so if it was like black like this, that would just be like a regular common, and then you've got some other examples here. Gold is rare and orange is mythic. Anyway, glad I could help. Galadriel of Lothlorien, 1 green, blue, 3/3. Whenever the ring tempts you, if you choose a creature other than Galadriel as your ring bearer, scry 3. Whenever you scry, you may reveal the top card of your library. If a land is revealed, put it in the battlefield tapped. Yeah, this card rules, huh? Not a modern card, just another fucking great limited card. Why isn't Frodo mythic? Huh? I mean, I feel like I've already answered this question, but the set symbol here is silver. So if Frodo were mythic, then it'd be bright orange. Okay. Gandalf the Grey. 3 blue, red, legendary creature, avatar wizard. 3/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose one that hasn't been chosen. You may tap or untap target permanent. Deals 3 damage to each opponent. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy, or put Gandalf on top of its owner's library. So now that I've seen, this was like one of the first cards that was spoiled, right? I think now that I've seen more of the format, I'm a little bit less impressed with this card for limited. I guess the best one is copy an instant or sorcery spell, right? You play a removal spell and then get to copy it, or play a draw spell and get to copy it. And then the rest are just like piddly utility that happen sometimes. Forced to remove him. I mean, are you casting 4 instants or sorceries in limited? How often does that fucking happen? Besides, then you get to start all over again. You get to go back to copying. Copying divination is indeed sweet, but you have to play your 5-drop first. You know what I mean? And the 3/4 stats aren't like that great for a 5-drop. The draw 3 land cycler thing, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's that bomby. But, I mean, I think he probably competes with the uncommon legends fine. So you'll still end up first picking him sometimes. Gandalf Sanction, 1 blue-red sorcery. Sanction deals X damage to target creature where X is the number of instant sorcery cards in your graveyard. Excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. So there are some build-arounds for spell matters. Still difficult to get enough instants and sorceries where this is a juicy thing. Gimli, Mournful Avenger. 1 red-green, 3/2. Legendary creature, Dwarf Warrior. Gimli has indestructible as long as 2 or more creatures died under your control this turn. Oh my god. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on Gimli. When this ability resolves for the 3rd time this turn, Gimli fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. This card kind of sucks, right? Am I wrong? When 3 other things die, then Gimli like fights something. How many creatures are going to be left in play after 3 things die? Isn't that like a whole board? Not just every time something dies. It has to be another creature you control. Every time another creature you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on it. But that's comparable to like the 3-mana 2/3 Black Shade in the current limited format, right? Where at end of turn, if something died, it gets a 1/1 counter. This is better than that because it can trigger multiple times per turn, but it's like not that much better than that. Gwahir the Windlord. 4 white, blue. Legendary creature, Bird. It's a 4/4. Costs 2 less to cast as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. So if you can't trip, then it's a 4-mana 4/4. Or maybe you can suicide your fucking 2/1 bird that draws a card on death. I get to play this on 4. That'd be the dream, huh? Flying Vigilance. Other birds you control have Vigilance. Man, that is not an exciting bird payoff. Yes! My bird noble is finally in play. Now all my birds have Vigilance. I don't have to tap. You can loot off your ring bearer. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty hard to do on turn 4 as well, though, right? You need to have a creature in play and then double tempt before you're attacking on 4. Like, technically possible. Still a Sarah Angel. Still a Sarah Angel, yeah. Yeah, not saying this card's bad. I think it's probably likely very good in this format. Oh, is it even fair to have birds that don't tap? I don't know. I agree. Power creep has gone too far. Alright, King of the Oathbreakers. 2 white, black, 3/3 flying. Spirit Noble. Whenever King of the Oathbreakers or another spirit you control becomes the target of a spell, it phases out. I didn't even know spells could phase out. Whenever King of the Oathbreakers or another spirit you control phases in, create a tapped 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. This card is wild. It like almost makes me want to try and do spirit shenanigans in Modern again. The spell doesn't phase out? It says that right there. When it becomes the target of a spell, it phases out. Yeah. I'm just reading the card. What would happen if you phased out a spell? I don't know. I didn't make the rules for this game. It's all very clearly written, exactly. Anyway, this card's exciting. There's other spirits in the format, obviously, but this one's like already good by itself. Just like an unkillable 3/3 flyer. Unkillable with spot removal anyway. Sweet card, sweet. Legolas, counter of kills, 2 green blue, 2/3 reach. This is a 2/3? Yeah. Whenever you scry Legolas, counter of kills is tapped, you may untap it. Do this only once each turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a 1/1 counter on it. Okay, that's better. That's a little better. I almost feel like this Legolas should ping, you know? Give me a fucking goblin sharpshooter that gets a 1/1 counter every time your opponent's creature dies. That's what I want this card to be. Lotho, Corrupt Sheriff. White, black, 2/1, halfling rogue. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, you lose a life and create a treasure token. Yeah, almost, huh? Almost interesting. Because you can play this and then play like a fucking bauble or something and just like have a free treasure. I think it's very close to good enough in eternal formats, in bauble formats. Lotho, Corrupt Sheriff. Play Lotus Petal. Get a second Lotus Petal. Mox Amber stuff, yeah. Anyway, not quite there. I don't think it's like especially interesting and limited either. Probably not like bad, but Mwacher Urukai Captain. Black and a red for a 2/2 menace. Legendary Orc Soldier. If one or more 1/1 counters, we put it on an army, goblin, or orc you control. That many +1 counters are put on it instead. Sure. That card's sick. A little orc payoff, as long as you're spreading some counters around. Mary, Esquire of Rohan. Red-white for a 2/2. Legendary creature, Halfling Knight, rare haste. Mary Esquire has first strike as long as it's equipped. Whenever you attack with Mary and another legendary creature, draw a card. That doesn't seem that hard to do in this format, huh? I think this card's kind of sick. It's a 2-drop, but, you know, kind of sick. The Mouth of Sauron. I fucking love this art. 3 blue-black for a 3/4. Legend, human. When the Mouth of Sauron enters the battlefield, target player mills 3 cards and amass Orcs X, where X is the number of instant sorcery cards in that player's graveyard. Sure. Kind of a cool card. Old Man Willow, 2 black, green, legendary creature, tree folk. Star. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. So at least a 4/4. Whenever Old Man Willow attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or a token. When you do, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/2 until end of turn. This card's kind of fucking great, right? I think you can first pick this thing. Pippin, Gwyrd of the Citadel. White, blue, 2/2. Legendary creature, Halfling Soldier, rare, Vigilance Ward 1. Tap another target creature you control, gains protection from the card type of your choice until end of turn. Interesting. So it's a Mother of Runes. I mean, it's a Giver of Runes, can't protect itself. Or you're doing like card types. So you can make an unblockable creature, or you can like brick a removal spell. A little bit less powerful than giving protection from a color. Because protection from a color can like brick a removal spell and then also brick an attack, that sort of thing. Less powerful than protection from a color. It can get around multiple colors of blockers, but that usually doesn't matter. When you say a card is worse, like you're talking about in generalities, right? Not like every single specific situation. It does have a few upsides, yes. Prince Imrahil the Fair. White-blue, 2/2. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 human soldier creature token. Sure. Not the worst. Ring Sight. 1 blue-black sorcery. The ring tempts you. Search your library for a card that shows a color with the legendary creature you control. Reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. So the ring tempts you is going to make sure you at least have one legendary creature, as long as you have a creature in play when you resolve this. Modern has better tutors than this, right? Historic definitely does. Like the 1 black, you lose 3 thing. Very often demonic tutor. Yeah, the 3 mana versus 2 mana thing. Modern also has Grim Tutor. Yeah. Just not a card, huh? Probably a solid limited card though. Assuming you have something worth spending a card to tutor up. You don't always. You can't always take time to tutor for things in limited. I think you will in this format though. Rise of the Witch King. 2 black-green. Each player sacks a creature. If you sack a creature this way, you may return another permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Whoa, the battlefield? Excuse me? I love this card. I'm gonna cast so much Rise of the Witch King. I might even first pick this card. The each player sacrifices a creature thing is a little bit nerfed from white getting a bunch of 1/1 soldier creature tokens. And that just means I'm going to be playing junk, and I'll have tokens to sack myself. Yeah. Is this a Walker reanimate spell for Modern? I mean, you have to have a creature in play to sack. How many Modern decks have stuff to sacrifice? What Planeswalkers are worth reanimating? Similar to Blood for Bones? Yeah, sort of, yeah. You thinking of it as a combo piece? Rise of the Witch King? Do you just want to reanimate Atraxa then? Put it in some fucking Goryo's deck? Yeah, potentially exciting. I think 4 mana is just like too much for Modern, even if you are doing something unique and cool with it. You would rather just play Goryo's? Well, you only get to play 4 Goryo's Warcrow. You're not going like, let me fucking throw these Goryo's away, I found a better card here. But rather, a Goryo's deck might want other forms of reanimation. See? So when you suggest playing it in the Goryo's deck, you're not suggesting replacing the Goryo's. Or if you have both as options, that you have to play Rise of the Witch King, You see? Would be a 6 standard card. You're not wrong. Any chance any of these make for a whole new deck in Modern? I think there's like... So the Mana Dork maybe. Making uncounterable to fairies and stuff. Maybe that's cool enough. Orkish Bowmasters is powerful enough, but I'm again less convinced that it's going to be nutters in Modern than Legacy and Vintage because Red and 6 is a thing there. And then there's one more card that we haven't gotten to that I think has that potential in Modern. Anyway, let's move on. Samwise, GMG, 1 green, 1 white, legendary creature, halfling peasant, 2/2 rare. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, create a food token. Sack 3 foods. Return target historic card from your graveyard to your hand. Artifacts, legendaries, and sagas are historic. Yeah, this card kind of rules, huh? A lot of nice passive food production, and then rebuying legends is... There's so many fucking legends in this set. This is great. Sack 3 foods, raise dead your bomb. Rebuyers of Saga? Yeah, sure. So you're thinking like junk cat in Modern? Yeah, it's kind of exciting. I haven't seen people do food in Modern in a bit. Well, that's not true. People do Asmo stuff. I'm gonna add GameG to the list. Modern historic. Seems powerful for sure. Yeah, the issue with Academy Manufacturer is like one of the outlets for that much shit is Time Sieve, which is kind of the opposite colors of Samwise GameG. But maybe there's something there. Saruman of many colors. I'm so fucking happy they made a Saruman of many colors. It'd be such a punt, I think, if they had not done that specific version of Saruman. With his fucking Technicolor Dream Coat. Alright, 3 Esper, so 6 mana for a 5/4 legendary creature. Ward, discard an enchantment, instant, or sorcery card. That's hell of a ward cost, huh? You have to discard a card of a specific type. A good card, too, huh? Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, each opponent mills 2 cards. When one or more cards are milled this way, exile target enchantment, instant, or sorcery card with an equal or lesser mana value than that spell from an opponent's graveyard. Copy the exiled card. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Yeah, so that ability is very fucking EDH, isn't it? Is 3 many? 3's many for Magic, for sure. 5 is max, right? Most cards are 1 color. I think 3 is many. I would have made him a 5-color card, but like, I'll take this. Especially with that sick art and everything. Esper is pretty on point for Saruman, yeah. Saruman of all colors. I mean, all is definitely many. None of those are not conflicting with one another. Sauron, the Dark Lord. 3 blue, black, red. Mythic, 7/6. Ward, sack a legendary artifact or legendary creature. Wasn't this ward originally going to be... I think it was originally just going to be sack a legendary creature. And they were like, that's too restrictive. It has to be a legendary creature or a legendary artifact. Like, okay. Well, that just opened it up to everything. Wow, now it's like just worthless, huh? Whenever an opponent casts a spell, amass orcs 1. Sweet. That's a sweet ability. Whenever an army you control deals combat damage to a player, the ring tempts you. Also sweet. Whenever the ring tempts you, you may discard your hand if you do draw 4 cards. Extremely cool. Love this card. The only issue with this card is that I could imagine this Sauron winning like any battles ever. Just like not having a life of eternal failure, which we know is the case. Well, that's okay. That's all right. It could be sweet. I want to open this in sealed and just fucking destroy somebody with it. That's what I want to do. New commander? Hell yeah. Sauron's Ransom. 1 blue, black. Instant. Choose an opponent. Then look at the top 4 cards of your library. Separate them into a face down pile and a face up pile. Put 1 pile in your hand and the other into your graveyard. The ring tempts you. So we've had something close to this before, right? We've had a 4-mana version of this, where you have a 4-mana Fact or Fiction, and then half of it's face up and half face down. And that was like not quite good enough. That was not quite a good card. And yeah, Atris is obviously nuts, but that has the 3/2 body attached. You think at 5 card this would be playable? Yeah. I agree. It is putting half into your graveyard, you know? It's like almost interesting for Reanimator. Are you talking constructed or limited, J-Dub? I think this is not a reason to go into blue-black if you're in limited. This is not a bomb. Do not treat it like a bomb. There's plenty of like good common and uncommon draw in this format that you don't need to attach yourself to 2 colors. It might even be worse than some of the uncommon blue draw spells in this format. Or maybe even some of the common ones. That doesn't mean that it's unplayable. That doesn't mean that it's an unplayable card. But I think you should be comparing it to like Divination for limited play. Right, J-Dub, yeah. Yeah, I'm just not quite there for Modern Hum. So a top pick? No, 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 no. Shadow Summoning. White-black sorcery. Create 2 tapped 1/1 white spirit creature tokens with flying. I think this card's good. I think the Raise the Alarm for spirits is just a good card. I think you can, like, I don't know, half a Lingering Souls. Lingering Souls is, like, fucking busted unpassable. But I think you can get a few of these into your deck anyway. Even though it's only half a Lingering Souls. Shadowfax, Lord of Horses. 3 red, white, 4/4, legendary creature horse. Horses you control have haste. What's the meaning of haste? What is that? Oh, they can attack and tap as soon as they come under your control. Well, it's nice that they've got the text right there. Whenever Shadowfax, Lord of Horses attacks, you may put a creature card with lesser power from your hand on the battlefield tapped and attacking. Cool. Yeah, I think you're mostly getting a 5-mana 4/4 with this, huh? 5-mana 4/4 haste. Again, not worth going into the color pair for. But maybe if you're already Boros, this is okay. There's other haste creatures, right? Like red's got a 5-mana 5/4 haste. It's like a common, I think, that spits out 1/1s. I think that card's better than this card. Shagrat Loot Bearer. A loot bear. Hey, Sir Barrington, there are bears in this set. Alright, Shagrat Loot Bear, 4 black, red, legendary creature orc soldier, 4/4. Whenever it attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment to it, then amass orcs X, where X is the number of equipment attached to Shagrat. Alright, so we got an equipment payoff. I mean, your base is 4-mana 4/4, so you don't really need many equipment to be in there. I don't know if this is worth building around. Apparently I haven't gotten to all the busted equipment in the format yet. Sharky, Tyrant of the Shire. 2 blue-black. Oh, I remember this card. Activated abilities of lands your opponent's control can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Has all the activated abilities of lands your opponent's control except the mana abilities. A mana of any type can be spent to activate Sharky's abilities. So, Sharky, I think, is like borderline sick in Legacy. A lot of cards that we looked over, I did not think were especially Legacy interesting, because there's a lot of like Caracas action going around in that format. But Sharky turns off the Caracas. Sharky not only turns off their Caracas, but then can like Caracas himself if they play an actual removal spell on him. I don't know. It's kind of fun. Also turns off Wasteland, Dark Depths combo. It's like kind of a lot, right? Russian imports, all that shit. 4 mana is a lot, though. You are spending 4 mana on your card. Probably a little too much. Sick card, though. Turns off the Urza sagas. Fetches, yeah, so much, so many things. I want to play this card. I'm gonna put him in the fucking question mark pile down here, which means like probably not, but I want it to be a thing. Shalab, Child of Ungoliant. 4 black, green, 88 legendary creature Spider Demon, Death Touch Ward 2. Other spiders you control have Death Touch Ward 2. Whenever another spider deals damage this turn, whenever another creature deals damage this turn, whenever another creature dealt damage this turn by a spider you control dies. Whenever your spider kills something, get a food token. That's a copy of that creature, except it has 2 taps. Sacrifice this artifact, you kill 3 life. You gain 3 life, and it loses all other card types. Yeah. So every time one of your spiders kills something, you get a food. And it's a copy of that thing. So it'll keep its static abilities, it'll keep its activated abilities, but it will otherwise just be a food artifact. Card's sweet. Card's fucking sick. Sick as shit. Really cool limited card. Spider Triber build around. Not a modern card. Sorry, Shalab lovers. Smeagol, Helpful Guide, 1 black green, legendary creature, halfling horror, 4/2. beginning of your end step, if a creature died on your control this turn, the ring tempts you. Whenever the ring tempts you, target opponent reveals cards from the top of the library into their land card, but that card on the battlefield tapped, and the rest into their graveyard. See, I feel like this is like borderline, huh? Borderline for Modern. If a creature died under your control this turn, that's so easy to control. So that's just happening once per turn. You just like getting a land from the opponent once per turn. That's the real issue, is that like the sacrifice decks that I've played with and seen in Modern, the decks that can really control the creatures dying and ring tempting, they don't really have much use for extra land drops. They usually operate on 3 lands really well. Not helpful, Smeagol. Not helpful. You can use other temp spells to trigger it. I don't think that's nearly as exciting, though. It becomes like less and less good the more shit you have to put in it. Thanks for sharing your feelings, BDL. Do you have an example? Any example whatsoever of a mana sink that you would want to play in your priest deck or whatever for Smeagol payoff? In modern of all formats? How many top end cards can you afford in this format? And then the top end card isn't like castable all the time. It's just when you get your 3 mana 4/2 down, your opponent doesn't answer it, and then you also get to trigger it at end of turn. There's too many hoops. There's too many hoops. Just mill unlimited. Oh, that's true. Like you can do bug mill stuff for sure. Also, the land value's got a really good chance of mattering in limited too. Just hitting stuff for Dothy. I think that's a little too narrow, Amatex. I'm gonna give Smeagol helpful guide the full-on, not modern playable stamp here, and I'm pretty confident about it. An anti-Belcher card. Get this down and deck them. I guess. I think decks that are playing these colors, though, might as well just play an extraction effect, right? And hit more decks than just Belcher. Oh yeah, if it was a 2/4, it'd be a little bit more interesting in Modern, right? Surviving Lightning Bolt at the very least. Alright, Strider, Ranger of the North, 2 red, green, 4/4, legendary creature, human ranger. Landfall, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Then if that creature has power 4 or greater, gains first strike until end of turn. Yeah, this card's okay, huh? Not that exciting. Not terrible. Put it in your red-green deck. Theoden, King of Rohan. 1 red, white, 2/3. Whenever Theoden or another human enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Yeah, kind of a sick limited card. Very easy to spread some double strike action around. I like that it does something the turn it comes into play, huh? Giving something double strike. Shadowfax support? Yeah. Humans hasn't really been putting up the numbers in Modern since Solitude and Fury came out, though. I can't in good conscience call this a Modern playable. Even if humans wanted it, right? Tom Bombadil. What a merry fellow. A blue coat. Boots are yellow. 5 colors. Legendary creature, God Bard, 4/4. I don't play that much EDH, but this makes me want to build a Saga EDH deck. As long as there are 4 more lore counters among sagas you control, Tama Badil has hexproof and indestructible. Some quite nice abilities. Whenever the final chapter of a saga you control resolves, reveal cards from the top of your library to reveal a saga card. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This ability triggers only once each turn. So you got this hexproof, indestructible fucker. This is spinning more and more sagas off the top. Play them for free. Cool shit. God Bard. Yeah, the flavor of this card is off the chart, for sure. Love it. Love that he deals with sagas. Love that there's nothing about the ring tempting on there at all. Ugluk of the White Hand, 2 black, red, 3/3, legendary creature Orc Soldier. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a 1/1 counter on Ugluk. If that creature was a goblin or orc, put 2 1/1 counters on Ugluk instead. Yeah, this card's fine, right? It's an uncommon, but it's actually like very similar to the red-green Gimli from earlier, but we can read it a little bit more kindly because it's an uncommon instead of a rare. And then if it's a goblin or orc, you're getting 2 1/1 counters on it instead, so it's gonna grow a little bit faster. And your Rakdos deck's gonna have other goblins and orcs dying, right? Should be pretty normal. I think this card will just get big, kill some people. Why isn't it rare? Yeah, good question. Great question. I'll get to that later. Anduriel, Flame of the West. Anduriel. Anduriel. 3 mana for legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 whenever a equipped creature attacks. Create 2 tapped 1/1 spirit creature tokens with flying. If that creature is legendary, instead create 2 of those tokens that are tapped and attacking. Yeah, this card's fucking sick, right? Slam it. Slam it. Win with it. Don't play it in modern, it's not good enough. Barrowblade, 1 mana artifact equipment. It gets +1/+1 whenever a equipped creature blocks or becomes blocked by a creature. That creature loses all abilities until end of turn. That's kind of cool. I feel like 1 mana equip +1/+1 is like underrated. I feel like that's already like a little bit better than people realize. I don't know how often whenever the weird like humility thing. I don't know how often that's gonna happen. I guess you can like remove first strike and trample from attackers. That's kind of cool by blocking them. Yeah, I don't know how. I still don't think you draft this card like super highly or whatever, but I think it's probably a little bit better than it looks. Entrat Bazin. 2 mana artifact, X, tap, put a 1/1 counter on target creature with power X. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, I remember looking at this one. This card looks disastrously bad. So you've got a 3/3, you gotta spend 3 mana to put a 1/1 counter on something. Now it's a 4/4, so now you need 4 mana. Only as a sorcery, mind you. Yeah, puzzling card. I agree. Glamdring. 2 mana legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature has first strike and gets +1/+0 for each instant sorcery card in your graveyard. Whenever equipped creature deals damage to a player, combat damage to a player, you may cast an instant sorcery from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. Stick with 3. So you basically have a Rune Changer's Pike here, and sometimes you get to play something for free. I mean, there's a couple cards that look like they're supposed to be good with Rune Changer's Pike in the set. Maybe there's something there. Maybe with those 2 mana 2/1s that become unblockable when you play a spell or whatever, instant or sorcery. Just get them. The ring makes it a little easier to hit players. Yeah, you still want to be juicing. You still want the first strike. Yeah, the ring doesn't actually make it easier for this to hit players, right? Unless you just are not pumping it whatsoever. Yeah, I don't think this plays very well with the ring at all. Because the ring's evasion ability is Skulk. So pumping it makes it so that more creatures can block it. And this playing spells, even if you don't want to pump it, this playing spells for free has to do with the amount of damage it's dealing. So like, if you put this on a 1x, you can play like a 1 mana spell for free, and you spent 5 mana equipping. You see, it's not really a combo with the ring. It's like it's kind of doing the opposite. It's doing the opposite of what the ring wants to do. Horn of Gondor. 3 mana, legendary artifact. When Horn of Gondor enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Three, tap. Create X11 white human soldier creature tokens where X is the number of humans you control. Are you overvaluing this Horn? No, this card looks awesome. It's gonna get out of control real quick. It's like a Krenko, right? It's a Krenko for humans. And it takes 3 minutes to activate, but who gives a shit if your Krenko takes 3 minutes to activate because the opponent's dead over like a couple of turns, right? I don't think it works in Modern. Maybe I'm wrong. Fuck, I mean, people in Legacy are playing that weird staff that makes like a 1/1 where they get to draw a card or whatever. Looks clunky as shit, but... bad after a Wrath in Modern. Yeah, but I assume you're playing other humans to get it rolling again, huh? This costs 1 million more mana and doesn't draw cards. Yeah, valid. Yeah, not a Modern card, not a Legacy card, but a busted fucking limited card. Weird. We've seen a lot of those today. Horn of the Mark. Oh man, it's like it's my card. 2 mana legendary artifact, rare. Whenever 2 or more creatures you control attack a player, look at the top 5 cards of your library. A mark, by the way, is another term for a sucker. I was being self-deprecating, but I realized that could be confusing because mark is also a pretty common name. All right, whenever 2 or more creatures you control attack a player, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. May reveal a creature card from among them. What? So you need to attack with 2 creatures, and then you get a creature from the top 5 cards that goes to your hand. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a situation where you'd want this, right? I mean, like drawing a few creatures in limited isn't like the worst thing you could imagine. It's still a little, kind of an odd little rare. You think you'd be okay? Yeah, when is this worth a card? You don't want to play this in Constructed with Winota, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think I'm off this. Off it! Next card, Inherited Envelope. 3 mana artifact. When Inherited Envelope enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Tap out a mana of any color. Nice. Now that's a mana rock. Lembas, 2 mana artifact food. When enters the battlefield, scry 1, then draw a card. 2 mana tap, sacrifice Lembas, you gain 3 life. Unless it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, its owner shuffles it into their library. Yeah, I guess this is okay. My brain was trying to like figure out if this card was worth playing in KCI the other day. And I think my brain just ended up getting hurt. It does scry, yeah. I mean, it's a scry mechanic. So, the limited format has scry as a thing, and it also has food as a thing. So there's certainly gonna be limited decks where you play this card, huh? Against Mill? Yeah, sort of. It has to go to the graveyard. This actually doesn't help you against Mill. It has to go to the graveyard from the battlefield. So if they mill it, it's just like in the graveyard. And it replaces itself. It draws a card when it comes into play. So it comes into play, it draws a card, and then it puts itself back in the library. Your end library is the same versus mill as as if you had not played this card, right? Yeah, but they all don't go back into your deck, Warcrow. They all don't go back into your deck. How good is going back into your deck with your Scry 1 draw card? Does that reduce your chances of fizzling? Or does it do nothing? I don't know. That's where my brain started hurting. Mirror of Galadriel, 2-mana legendary artifact. 5 tap, Scry 1, then draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Wow, this card's slow as shit, but there's so many fucking legends in this format, and I think it's gonna be kind of a slow format. Card might be good. Really hard to evaluate. I have no idea right now. Mithril Coat, 3-mana legendary artifact, equipment, flash, indestructible. When the Mithril Coat enters the battlefield, attach to target legendary creature you control. Equipped creature as indestructible, equip 3. Yeah, I don't know. Is this worth a card? I don't know. I don't know if it is. Maybe. There's certainly plenty of legends. There's enough legends in the format. But does this card cut the mustard? Is it good enough? Yeah, Flash Dark Steel Plate. If you have a legendary bomb, it gets better? Sure. Protects the ring bearer? Yeah, that's true. I mean, at a certain point, your opponent has to start blocking the ring bearer or they die, right? Maybe that makes this card a little better than usual. Kind of weird that it's legendary. I think there's just like only so much mithril is what makes it legendary. Like there might only be one of these in existence. The 2 casting cost black equipment that didn't see much play. That was just until end of turn though, right? That's a good comparison though. It was like 2 mana, it gets +1/+1 indestructible. And 2 mana, I don't know how good y'all are at math, is actually less than 3 mana. Annoying on a vigilance creature. Yeah, there's certainly spots for it. It just doesn't seem like a nutty, like, always first pick bomb. And, like, some decks might not even want it, right? The One Ring. 4 mana, legendary artifact, indestructible. When the one ring enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life for each burden counter on the One Ring. Tap, put a burden counter on the One Ring, then draw a card for each burden counter on the One Ring. So there's a few reasons why I think this card's very good. It plays very, very well with, I mean, for one, you get a turn. You gain protection from everything until your next turn, and it has indestructible. So it's very hard for your opponent to answer it because it's indestructible. And then you gain protection from everything, so you're not taking damage until your next turn. You have successfully fogged the opponent, and that's awesome. But I think the engine part of the deck is better than it looks. The engine part of the card. Put a burden counter on the One Ring, then draw a card for each burden counter on the One Ring. So you play this card, you tap out for it, you fog the opponent and draw an extra, then you lose 1 life on your upkeep. Then you tap it, and then you draw 2 more cards. Now in these like 4 cards that you've drawn since you've cast it and fogged, if you have another One Ring, you can reset and like fog them again. Or if you have an untap effect, now you untap it and draw 3 cards. And each untap effect is just gonna like give you the draw without having to lose the life in the middle, like having to wait. And it's gonna just like, I think it's a little busted, I guess is what I'm getting at. So you could play this card in controlling decks that play Teferi. So Teferi plays very nicely with this card because you can bounce the One Ring and then replay it. Teferi can still be attacked. Who cares? Teferi goes down to like 1 counter when you bounce a thing. Who gives a shit? So you're playing 4 Teferi for the One Ring. Perhaps for what was the mana dork? Delighted Halfling. Make them all uncounterable. For mana Teferi that untaps it? No. When you bounce this card, when you bounce the One Ring, you get to replay it and then gain protection from everything again. So it's a very, very good card to bounce with 3 mana Teferi. It also resets the life loss. Control decks are just gonna fucking get to do that. They just get to play both those cards and have them be insane with each other. And then combo decks get to play a bunch of like untap effects. I actually stopped brewing, so I'd been messing around in Legacy with like KCI type stuff. And I actually stopped when the One Ring got spoiled because I was like, oh, well, what am I wasting my time for? This is going to be so much better than whatever I'm doing right now. So I've been looking forward to this card getting printed for a very long time. And I might be a little high on this with all the pluses. I'm less confident in Historic, so I won't put a plus there. But, no, I think this card's busted. I think it'll, I think new decks will be sprung up around it. That's, how good I think it is. And there's, like, every format has, like, cards that synergize with it that are, like, already good, you know? Vintage for shops? Yeah. Yeah, I put it in there. I put it in the vintage in there. It's a 4-mana fucking busted artifact. How is it not going to be good in vintage, right? And indestructible. You could put it in some fucking Ravager thing, and they can just, like, sack it, and if they care about the life loss. Bone Crusher Giant and Questing Beast gonna see more play. maybe, even if the One Ring is like a very highly played modern card, they could still be like 4 or 5% of the meta. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's worth playing Bone Crusher, Giant, and Questing Beast in modern. Not that those cards are like terrible. I think Bone Crusher already sees some play, but I don't know how many decks can like change their makeup. Maybe Scam plays more Bone Crushers. I don't know. Yeah, but how many decks are adding more Kenixai is my thought, is my question. It is something to think about though. If you're a deck that can play Bone Crusher, and the One Ring does pop off, like I'm expecting it to a bit, it's certainly something worth thinking about for your own card choices. Pawns of Resurgence, sure. People might wait towards it over Fire Ice. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Sure, Gallade, but like other cards, other filler cards that people play in Cascade. Even if you think Fire Ice is never not a 4 of. Anyway, I love this card. I can't wait to play with it. I'm obviously very high on it. I give it a bunch of pluses. Same as Orkish Bowmasters. Palantir of Orthanc. 3-mana legendary artifact. At the beginning of your end step, put an influence counter on Palantir of Orthanc. That's Scry 2. Then target opponent may have you draw a card. If that player doesn't, you may X cards where X is the number of influence counters on Palantir. The player loses life equal to the total mana value of those cards. Doesn't seem like a limited card, does it? Seems extremely questionable as to whether or not it kills you or the opponent first, is my issue with this card. And it sure gives your opponent some decisions, huh? Another vintage goodie? This card? No way. No way. This is like something you can beat off to an EDH, but I would not play this in any constructed format. Play it with Emrakul. If they're gonna die from the mill, they can just choose to let you draw a card, and then you have a 3-mana Phyrexian Arena, right? Like, not the most exciting. Eventually you mill yourself out. Yeah, I would feel differently about it in limited if there weren't mill cards. You're right that if you play it on turn 3 and you're not like getting super pressured or whatever, then the value like might win you the game or has a good chance to. But there's a lot of conditions there, right? And it gets so much worse if the opponent just like has some incidental mill. They can even like let you draw a few times and then just like start fucking milling you out. You might have to like try and find a way to answer your own fucking artifact. You don't think this ever kills you? Yeah, I might be misevaluating it. The mill is burn, but the card itself is not burn, right? But the card itself is the opposite of pressure and such. I think it depends on if they have like any other mill cards at all, Gallade. I agreed that if you play this on turn 3, you're probably going to win from it. But it still has to be good even if you're not playing it literally on turn 3, in my opinion. So like if you played this when you had a 20 card library, does it kill you or the opponent first? The fact that it's giving your opponent options there is also not great. They just like let it sit there and scry for a bit, and they take a couple points of damage and don't care. You don't see a world where it kills you first? Really? You play this, you have 5 cards in your library, and that's the world. You don't see this decking you first? I'm giving you an easier example that you can potentially work back from. Five cards in library is still 3 turns to die. Well, the question is not, does this kill instantly? It's, does it kill first? And I hope that we can guarantee that you're not killing your 20 life opponent in 3 turns from these mills. Okay. There's an 8 mana card in this format. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. It is a situation, iFlex. It wasn't me saying this is a common situation that's going to happen a lot. This is a response to someone say, I don't see a world. This is a very easy thing to imagine. And now we work back from that. All right, so 5 life. It's very easy to imagine decking out first, right? Or 5 cards in the library. At what point between 5 and 20 cards does it stop becoming easy to imagine? Where does it magically stop being a concern and just never happening? Because the comment was, I never see this happening. The comment was, I never see someone decking. When again, there are mill cards in this format. There are already decks that are actively milling you. They have cards in their deck that say mill you. Milling 4 or 5 cards a turn is pretty real. Part of it's like not getting the chance to play with the cards too. Cryptic Command. So people have to like compare cards to cards that they know exist already and stuff. And different people are making different connections. And then it's like very easy to misread cards without actually playing with them, right? Without actually seeing them in play. But you're right. It is tiring and a lot of talking. But we're almost done. And we're almost done like before my usual end time. So this was kind of perfect for a set review, really. Anyway. I don't think this is a limited bomb. I don't like the fact that it doesn't for sure give you value until your opponent like has already taken a bunch of damage, which may or may not actually happen in the early turns. Like, how many turns can you sit there scrying where it's not a waste of a card? Because 3-minute scry 2 at the beginning of your turn is not worth a card these days, I don't think. The average casting cost for a constructed deck is usually below 2. Limited can be higher, especially if we give them some land cyclers. Are there any payoffs for milling yourself? Not really. There's a little bit of reanimation stuff, but in general, no. Not that I remember. I think you're mostly milling the opponent. If it's not drawing, it's not scrying either. Huh? That's not true. The beginning of your end step, put an influence counter on it and scry 2. So that's always happening. You're always scrying 2. Then, target opponent may have you draw a card. If they don't, you mill X cards. Oh, you're saying that the mill undoes the scry? Oh, man. That's like slightly worse than I was reading it even. When does the set become playable? Their early access happens on the 15th, and then I think the set's like fully out within 5 days after that. I don't know the exact date for the pre-release and all that. It's probably that weekend. That weekend after the early access event. Release on the 23rd. Begin the Scry Matters deck. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Even if like your scry's getting fucked up, just getting a scry trigger every turn could be good if you're like getting 1/1 counters out of it. It's weird to spend this much time like debating the merits of a mythic that we're gonna open so very rarely and get a chance to play with so very rarely. It is an interesting mythic, yeah. I think there's a lot of different decks that I would not draft this card. But it would certainly be fun to try out. A lot of mind games. I don't think it's much mind games. Like, I don't think you can leave lands on top of your deck. Unless you need lands or whatever. It's hard to count on your opponent. Unless your opponent's been doing, like, one mode very consistently, right? Yeah, how many top-end spells can you mill without just, like, running out of gas and limited? Bad from behind. Yeah, I think it's going to be a slower format, so I'm not sure how much that matters. I do think people are underrating the fucking mill value when you draw this card mid-game. It's like not impacting the board the first turn you play it. I think people are going to get decked in this format. A bunch of land cyclers. Yeah, I don't know how many land cyclers you can put into your deck. $40 technically. Well, technically more than 40, right? Right, Dogble Gamer. Like, unless you really need lands, you just gotta, like, bin them, right? Bin every land you see. Try and bin every lower casting cost card you see. Anyway, File of Galadriel. We can move on. Appreciate the discussion. Maybe I'll think about it differently when I sleep on it. I don't think so, but maybe. File of Galadriel, 3-mana legendary artifact. If you draw a card, well, you have no cards in hand. Draw 2 cards instead. If you would gain life, well, you have 5 or less life. You gain twice that much life instead. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Man, Red Gear Hulk comes with a fucking 6/6 body attached. That's all I'm saying. I know we're moving on, but man. File of Galadriel, 3-mana legendary artifact. If you draw a card, well, you have no cards in hand. Draw 2 cards instead. Alright, so you have to be like Hellbent or whatever. That's a mana rock. If you would gain life, well, you have 5 or less life. You gain twice that much life instead. It seems like another EDH thing, huh? I like that there's a payoff for getting Hellbent and limited. That can be kind of hard to do sometimes. Especially in decks that can actually like use the mana. Like if you're playing a 3-mana mana rock, then you're probably ramping into something, so your curve's not stopping at 3, right? So how early you can actually get Hellbent, right? If you have like so many 5s and so many 6s in your deck. It helps you empty your hand, but like not really. Not really run home. Because if you're using this to ramp into 5s and 6s, which is what you should be doing with a mana rock, then it's not like really helping you empty your hand. You're still playing 1 spell per turn, right? You're still not going to get Hellbent until like turn 8+. Assuming you don't like flood weirdly or something. Yeah, I don't think that's going to come up that often, the cracking to gain 6 life off food. It'll come up. It'll come up in limited, but I don't think it's going to come up that often. Or that's a relevant interaction. There are a lot of food in the format. A mana rock that's okay in the late game? Yeah. It's no midnight clock. But I don't hate it. I also just like don't hate mana rocks in general, so. I think it'd be a hard card to take over like a quality piece of removal. I think it's probably gonna go too early most of the time. Like I don't think I'm gonna end up with this card very often. Unless it turns out that it's nuts, and then you're just like pick one-ing it, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. Shire Scarecrow, 2 mana for no 3 defender, 1 mana, add 1 mana of any color, activate only once each turn. Oh, that's not a bad little fixer, huh? I like that 1-for-1 fixing, but it can only do it once each turn. So you're not like playing 5 color cards and stuff just off a Scarecrow. The Hellbent draw 2. I mean, we've had the Hellbent draw 2 on like creatures before, and it's been borderline irrelevant. And those were creatures that you could like actually construct your curve such that you go Hellbent quickly. I think with File you can't. I think File, you're playing it in a deck again that has a higher curve. I think y'all are overrating it. Obviously, it's better than, you know, the mana rock that is a common that just tempts you once. But you shouldn't be playing this in decks that don't just like want a 3 mana rock already. Your Scarecrow deck just got weaker. It does kind of block a lot in the format, huh? Help you with your splashes. I think it's probably still a thing that most draft decks don't want. A little scarecrow. Right, Ray-owned. But if you can't go Hellbent with it, then it is just a regular mana rock, right? It is just like literally a 3 mana. If you can't go Hellbent and get value off of Phial of Galadriel, then you have cast a worse card than Inherited Envelope. You understand? Like, you do not want to cast a card that's worse than Inherited Envelope. That's not a thing that should excite you. And it's not just a matter of casting cards to empty your hand, because sometimes lands do not do that. Remember how I mentioned Flood? Sometimes you just simply don't, it's not a matter of casting everything. The amount of control you have over it is a little sketch. The life gain part is what you like? I think the life gain part is less relevant, being that you have to be at 5 already. So, like, you have to already be near death. If it just did it, if it didn't have the 5 or less life requirement, then I'd be really into it. Because you could just, like, stack the fuck up. But instead it's really finicky. Sting the Glinting Dagger. I just don't think it's a bomb, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, we can actually move on now. 2 mana, legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. It has haste. At the end of each combat, untap equipped creature. Equipped creature has first strike as long as it's blocking or blocked by a goblin or orc. Equipped 2. Yeah, a little underwhelming for Sting, huh? The flavor works though. I'm not sure I get the untap part, but probably still worth playing. This isn't a form of vigilance. No, it is not. Well, yes it is. Because it's the beginning of each combat. So like on your turn, you're untapping to attack with it. And then on their turn, at the beginning of their combat, it's going to untap. So you'll be able to block with it then too. So it is a form of vigilance. Can you activate tap abilities a bunch of times? Yeah, I'm not sure how many good tap abilities there are in the format. There's like the Mana Dork. There's a few activated abilities. They're like too expensive to do multiple times. If you equip it to the Kraken, you do get to remove 3 stun counters per rotation. Stone of Eric. 1 mana legendary artifact. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. 2 mana sack it, exile target player's graveyard, draw a card. Not bad. I like a graveyard hate spell. In my limited formats. Note that this one is legendary. So, I think this will be a very easy one to forget and accidentally play a second copy. But you'd have to be playing 2 in your deck. Who's gonna have 2 of this card in their deck ever? Probably unlikely. Something to keep in mind though. Most 1 mana baubles are not legendary. This one's a modern plant. You think someone's gonna play this in modern? I think this is worse than what modern already has in terms of graveyard hate. The stone. The 2 mana to activate is rough. No, the food payoffs don't care about this. They like mention food very specifically. Wizard's Rockets, 1 mana artifact. Enters battlefield tapped. X tap, sacrifice Wizard's Rockets. Add X mana of any combination of colors. When Rockets is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Interesting. So this is a fixer. Fixes cantrips. And enters the battlefield tapped. Huh. Doesn't seem great. Can you sack for 0? You can. Boromir. Legendary land. Enters battlefield tapped unless you control a legendary creature and taps for a black. XX black tap amass orcs X. Activate only if a creature died this turn. This is kind of a sick fucking card, huh? Yeah, I can't really think of a use for this in Constructed. I think it's just kind of a sweet limited card. Just a swamp where you get to amass things. Yeah, the art's cool. Amass 0 just for Blood Artist stuff, I guess. Great Hall of the Citadel. Tap, add a colorless. Needs Phyrexian Tower to exist. I mean, you could play this card in Historic Boromir. I don't think there's enough legends in the Historic Phyrexian Tower deck, though. Great Hall of the Citadel. Tap for a colorless. 1 tap, add 2 mana of any combination of colors. Spend only to cast legendary spells. I'm glad this is like an actual 2-for-2 filter land, you know? Not just like tricking people into play it and then having like a really bad rate. What have you. Another one designed for EDH. Not really a constructed card, but I'm glad that it's common. I'm glad the rate seems fine. Grey Havens, legendary land, enters the battlefield, scry 1. Tap for a colorless, tap, add 1 mana of any color among legendary creature cards in your graveyard. So Historic has occasionally had all colorless decks that play scry 1 lands, and they could play one of this, I guess. Is what you're doing. I don't really see another home for it. Minas Tirith, legendary land, enters the battlefield tapped unless you control a legendary creature. Tap, add white. 1 and a white, tap, draw a card. Activate only if you attack with 2 or more creatures this turn. Oh man. I think this card is good in the Flowering of the White Tree deck. If that's a deck in Modern, I think that deck wants this card. It's kind of a footnote though. EDH staple. Minas Tirith? Oh yeah. 100%. That line's exciting. I'll put it in the question mark pile. Right, Mox Amber aggro. The archetype that doesn't quite exist yet, but might. Mines of Moria. Mines of Moria enters the battlefield tapped unless you control a legendary creature. Tap for a red. 3 and a red, exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Create 2 treasure tokens. Interesting. So if this thing didn't come into play tapped, this would actually be a sick land for creativity. But it super comes into play tapped, so creativity doesn't want it. Close, though. Close to being interesting. Mount Doom. Pay 1 life, add black or red. 1 black, red, tap, deals 1 damage to each opponent. 5 black, red, sacrifice Mount Doom and a legendary artifact. Choose up to 2 target creatures, then destroy the rest. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so I have a few things to say about this card. For one, there have been a whole lot of fucking people that say, worst case scenario, you have a full sulfuric, what is it, sulfuric, that fucking land, red black pain land, not vortex, sulfuric springs, yeah, they're like, the floor is the sulfuric springs, and that's not the floor. For one, sulfuric springs is a fuck ass awful card that you don't want in your deck, so that would be a bad floor. For 2, this is not that. You always have to pay the life. Sulfuric Springs has a very important tap for a colorless mode, which is really nice if you don't want to die to your mana base. And this card does not have that, so the floor is lower. It's also legendary, so like Sulfuric Springs doesn't have that downside either. Not that free. Maybe a little bit more free in EDH, where you start with 40 life. But it's not as free as people are making it out to be. That all said, the one spot I think Mount Doom could be interesting is with Golos. Right? Because Golos tutors up the Mount Doom and then also provides the legendary artifact. Kind of neat. Kind of some synergy there. Still a lot of mana. You could be like activating Golos with that much mana. Should have called it Mount Golos. Yeah, right? People do play Golos in Modern sometimes. I think that mono black deck doesn't even play Golos anymore, though. It is a cool-ass card. Not arguing with that. Not arguing with that. The chat speaks the truth. Dune Blast was a bomb? It was, yeah. You're talking about for limited? Is Mount Doom good and limited? I mean, there's some fucking uncommon legendary artifacts. It might not be that difficult to pull off in limited. You are spending 2 cards and a lot of mana. Yeah, I think you draft this, huh? In limited. I think the format's gonna be slow enough where this card's gonna be good. Even if you have to put a little bit of work into it. Making sure you have a legendary artifact to sack. Most of the legendary artifacts seem like reasonable filler. Rivendell. Enters battlefield tapped unless you control a legend. Taps for a blue. 1 in a blue, tap scry 2. Activate only if you control a legendary creature. Card's kind of sick, huh? Like, that's a very reasonable activation cost. I kind of want to put a question mark on this card in Modern. You think it'd overperform in Limited? Oh, absolutely. Really easy to activate this thing. And it's a format where, like, Scry itself has payoffs, right? A better castle? Yeah, I mean, you have to play Legends for it to be a better castle. Because otherwise it just comes to play tapped. And that's probably worse than castle. You're not sure why elves live in a blue land. I mean, there were different spots, right? Different types of elves, different elven homelands in Middle-earth. And this is a set that has green elves and blue elves. There's some blue elves in this set. I think if one of the areas that the elves live is going to be blue, I think Rivendell matches. I like all the waterfalls they worked in, too. Do a solid amount of sailing and such. Yeah, the set having blue elves makes it a lot more intuitive, Duke. I agree. I would also question it if like literally only elves were green or what have you. The Shire. It is battlefield tapped unless you control a legend. Taps for a green. One a green, tap an untapped creature you control. Create a food token. Man, these cards are all like borderline exciting. Can I just put the cycle? What would I call the cycle? I mean, I don't think the black one's exciting in modern. I don't think Mines is quite there with the 4-mana activation cost. But I think the Bant ones are all like really borderline. They're all costed so aggressively with the activation costs. I guess this activated ability just like turns one of your creatures into a Gilded Goose in terms of production, because you do need the untapped creature. We were thinking about Samwise GMG in modern and historic. It seems like if you're playing Samwise, then the Shire would make sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna put Legend Lands with a question mark down here. A big old fat question mark on them because I'm not convinced about them at all. But I think they're like borderline interesting. No, mine's definitely doesn't slot in creativity. I already explained why. So creativity doesn't want more comes to play tap lands. Creativity already gets a lot of that with triomes, which are fetchable when you need them, and this one is not. So this is a legendary land. This is going to come as a play tapped and gunk up your mana a solid amount of the time. You have no legends in your deck, right? So this is like never going to be super usable early on. It's also not a mountain in your deck where you really want every lane to be a mountain so that they can produce dwarves. And then finally you have 4 mana finally, where you can exile 3 cards from your graveyard to create 2 treasure. And that's a very good ability. And if that was stapled to a mountain or a land that doesn't come into play tapped or whatever, it would be interesting. Not good enough, but interesting in creativity. But 4 mana is like right about when you want to start considering casting creativity, right? So usually you want your enablers to be a little cheaper, and you certainly don't want them to be more expensive at the cost of a non-mountain that'll gunk up the actual efficient ways of generating tokens. Anyway, hope that's clear now. Yeah, 5 mana in effect, because it has to tap, plus 4 more mana. Shire Terrace, tap for a colorless, 1 sacrifice Shire Terrace, search your library for a basic land, battlefield tap, then shuffle. Sure. That's fine. That's a fine Evolving Wilds. I like that it can like go to play untapped and tap for colorless before searching. You think it's a Pauper card? Maybe. I don't know. It seems worse than Ash, but You think this is better than Ash Barrens? Yeah, I'm not convinced that it is better than Ash Barrens. Ash Barrens costs 1 mana to fix. This one you have to play it as your land drop. And then another, it basically costs 2 mana to fix. And if you don't mind playing it as a colorless, then they both do that. Are these the EDH cards? That's what this is, the EDH symbol. It looks the same. Oh, Jumpstart. So these are all cards that are going to be legal in Modern and Legacy, but you're not going to be able to draft with them unless you're doing Jumpstart or Intro Deck. I'm kind of exhausted, folks. Are any of these remotely interesting? Scheming Guide, not playable in a Red and 6 format. Is it playable in Vintage or in Legacy? I think no, right? Yeah. Frodo. Who does not equip 1 mana equipment. He's too good. He's too good for 1 mana equipment. Okay, and now we've hit that wall. Cool. Alrighty, folks. So I said we'd have like 10 interesting cards, and I think that's about what we ended up with. I guess I'll put Bowmasters ahead of One Ring. I'm more excited about One Ring, but that's just like kind of the type of card that I'm excited about. Firing the White Tree might like create a whole ass archetype around it. I think I'll put Delighted Halfling over it though. I can't remember why I liked Samwise GMG that much. Yeah, I think there's a gap between these two cards and then the next row. These Pauper cards are real similar. I'll put Pauper last. That's where Pauper belongs. And Reprieve is really only interesting in Historic because the counterspells there are so garbage. But I do think it'll do something there. Yeah, Samwise might be better than Boromir. The Flowering does look like a powerful card. Sam goes infinite with cat and a free sack outlet. Is that true? I don't think that's true, right? Because the fucking artifact has to tap. Oh, the cat makes a food on ATB. It's not reliant on sacking to make a food. The sack was just like the sack outlet for it. Gotcha. So just like a carrion feeder and a cat and a Sam go infinite. That's pretty sweet. That seems like very easy to pull off. Yeah, maybe Sam should be higher. I feel like we have other effects like Boromir. Well, I'm gonna move Sam up a bit. And then all of this stuff I was a little bit more skeptical about. But they were like things that could potentially end up seeing some play maybe. Probably the least sure about Mirkwood. Well, I'm not really sure about Shark either. Anyway, yep. And then we went through all the limited stuff. I think I'm done. I think I'm done for the night. Should I raid somebody? Whatever 50 people are still watching me. I hope y'all enjoyed the set review. I know we got bogged down over a few cards once we hit artifacts. Partly because I'm very sleepy and exhausted, but partly because those are just, you know, contentious cards. Worthy of discussion, I think. I'm sending y'all over to Jorbs, yeah. Yeah. Jorbs is good, folks. What cube tomorrow? I think so. What I want to do is play original vintage cube tomorrow. The 2012 vintage cube. I believe I have talked Matt Grenier into drafting it, and then we'll have actual arena cube on Monday. That's the plan. Anyway, cheers, everybody.